to an economist is not going to be with you long term. Economists are temporary. Economists are people who need a place to stay, and um, when they get an opportunity to move out, a better job, a better piece of fish that they can move in with, a better trans woman that they can move in with, whoever has more, they're going to move on to. An economist is is temporary. A settler is an economist, usually an economist that has turned into a settler, somebody that has turned into long term. So think about niggas who ugly and out of prison, who can't get no sister. They might be addicts. They might have like issues with addiction history. So they connect with a trans woman who also been to prison, is an addict, and so boom, they living together because for long term they might get married. They have some type of shared history that makes them not so prestigious. Sometimes the chasers turn into them. It just depends. Sometimes they. This is no shade. Not trying to be. It's not about stigma. It's just about the truth of the world. Sometimes they both HIV positive, and they have because that limits your opportunity. It doesn't mean that you know it that they're bad people or that they can't find somebody sticky. But sometimes when the stigma of HIV limits your opportunity to who you can actually pull, and so they meet a trans woman who got something going on for herself, they fall in love, and boom, they settle for her because she got something going on that these other cis women don't have going on, and we both positive, we both taking our meds, and we both doing our thing. I've seen that many, many times. Especially fresh out of prison, HIV positive, um, like a four and below, like when it comes to their attractive level, like a four and below, like if they got fucked up teeth, if they got something going on with them that's wrong with them, and that takes them out of the range of getting somebody high end, cisgendered or trans, they will settle for usually another trans woman that's not on nobody, usually a Greek. Um, Usually somebody on their level, a trans woman that's like a 4, 3, 2, 1. Usually a settler is like that. Um, a settler also can be fine as fuck too, but they got mental issues. Like a settler that got a learning disability, a fine as fuck nigga that got a learning disability, like a severe one, like they may be a functional retarded ass nigga. I know that's problematic to say nowadays, but that's what just came out of my mouth, so it is what it is. It's like, have you met a trans woman and you talk to her husband and that nigga kind of retarded? Like, oh, I see why they together. He kind of retarded. He kind of slow. He kind of slow. Okay, I see what's going on. That you meet him and you like, damn, how she pull him? He fine as hell. And then you talk to him, oh, tick tick boom.
Very tick tick boom. Ooh,
Exactly.
ooh.
I just exactly. It's like, oh, he cute. Oh,
That girl said,
she
oh.
helped him fill out his resume. She filled out his application for his job. He has his money directly deposited in
Come
her
on,
account.
come on, come
Yeah.
on.
See why this is working.
Yes, I see. I
I
see.
see exactly why this is working. Shamar Keeper financing. Come on. This is y'all know I'm telling the truth. Don't act like y'all ain't seen this. I've seen this multiple times. Multiple times. This is just how the world works. This is how the world works. This is the truth of the world. There are equivalents to this in the cisgender world too. I know y'all seen that chick with the two front teeth that she got. These are cisgender people. The cisgender people, I think she's from New Orleans, and her man fine as hell. And she was like, y'all can talk all y'all want about my man. He ain't leaving me. We've been together for 15 years. He ain't. What is her name? I wish I knew her name, but I know y'all. She has went viral a couple of times. Yeah, I know y'all have seen it. All this is gone. All of this is gone. Like these four front teeth is gone in her mouth. And her man fine as hell. But when he gets to talking, you can tell, oh, he's slow. She the brains of the operation. He be laughing at her and not with her. I don't know. I think he be laughing with her. Slow with a big dick, amen. Wait, with the silver teeth lady, I don't know. Is it silver? I don't know. I know these teeth right here is gone. These four teeth is gone. But anyway, that's what I'm talking about. They are the settlers. They are the men who life has led them to being in love. And I do be thinking that it's be love sometimes too. It don't just be. That's the difference between an economist and a settler. A settler has actually invested in the long-term lasting potential of this relationship. Whereas the economist is going to move on as soon as he get a better opportunity. He has her name tattooed on him in 10 places. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I can't remember her name. Her name is Auntie. Maybe. But they like the hood little relationship. He do. She dark skin and he light skin with like caramel skin. And he got body and tattoos all over him. And he just be kissing her and loving her. Yes. I can see him. But when you hear him talk, you can kind of tell he's slow. A settler, a settler appreciates how they're being taken care of versus the other one who feels entitled. Yes. They have settled for the best thing that they can get. Somebody that is willing to love on them. Brothers be getting with Shamar. That's an economist. I mean, sometimes. But economists, I'm not talking about this settlers want they are invested in the long term. They're not moving on. They do love you. Yeah, I want y'all to clock the difference between these two. An economist, he's there. Make sure y'all thumbs up if y'all like the content. I don't know if y'all like the show today. Economist, he's gonna be trying to get famous. He's gonna be trying to get your money, and he's gonna move on when they get the opportunity. When they get somebody who got more money than you, they're gonna move on. When they get a better job where they can get their own shit, they're gonna move on. A settler, they don't have those type of opportunities because they slow, they're not as attractive, they just don't have the opportunity to move on. And so they settle for who is taking care of them and actually fall in love with who is taking care of them. They're proud to be in it. It's the connect. It's an economist and a secure man, but the economist has graduated to a settler. They become secure because of what y'all do for each other. Which category is Benzino? I don't really. Benzino sounds like a opportunist or a stumbler, maybe. Maybe by now he might be a dollar collector. Of course, chaser. Yes. So y'all clear about what a settler is. A settler is somebody who usually not attractive, usually not mentally going all the way to the top floor, usually has some type of social impediment, whether it be like a mental impediment, looks wise, or just something like they felons, they can't really get a job, they on the sex offender list because they had a statutory rape situation maybe when they was a teen, so they on the sex offender list, so that has shamed them out of opportunities. I've seen multiple situations where a settler will get with one of the girls after life has uh, served them lemons, and their lemonade is this trans woman that they don't fell in love with. And she's willing to deal with all that comes with him because she likes being a token. She don't want to be lonely. She might not have the options, the many options. Of course, everybody has options. This is why it's not the conversation we had this week on the show. All these men that I'm talking about, the settler, the economist, the sub hubby, let's take the ones that are not long-term relationships. So let's talk about sub hubby, the settler, who else could be, any of the others could be long-term. So the secure man, the settler, and the sub hubby. This is when trans women, during this Laverne conversation, were talking about giving Laverne the excuse. I imagine most of the girls don't want settlers. No, they do. The ones who will settle with them, they do want them. It's a girl who does not want a settler is a girl who doesn't have, is a girl who has a lot of options. Like a girl who has a lot of options come her way, she not gonna settle with a settler because he ain't got shit going on for himself. He ugly, he not attractive. You know what I'm saying? She not gonna do it. But a girl who doesn't have those options will want to be with a settler and love them down. They are. It actually works. They like Annetta and Charles. We just mentioned Annetta and Charles. Exactly that. They actually work. So I keep hearing people talk about the lack of options. Trans women, black trans women don't get nobody is checking for them, and they're making it seem like black trans women have such limited options that is why Laverne went to the white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed MAGA guy. And it was pissing me off, me and my homegirls, because you can deal with a settler. There's so many options that you can get to before you get to white MAGA cop that you can't tell me that a rich, attractive woman like Laverne couldn't settle because we're talking about settling. Like if she settled, because you making it seem like she had no options, so she had to settle for the white blue eyed MAGA cop. She could have. She is a rich. She lives in a Manhattan condo that she done refurbished with multi-million dollars. That looks sick. Do you know how many settlers that she could deal with? Do you know how many subby hubbies that she could deal with? Do you know how many economists that will turn into a settler because ain't nobody providing them the life that Laverne could provide? She gets to travel the world. She gets to be on TV. There's so many opportunities that will come to her at Century Tech Bros. Absolutely. There's so many anime nerds, Asian, Latinx, Latino. And there's so many options that you get before you go to Mexico, blue eyed, blonde hair. That is a choice you are making. It's not because of your economist that will turn into a settler because ain't nobody providing them the life that Laverne could provide. She gets to travel the world. She gets to be on TV. There's so many opportunities that
Girl.
will come to her at Century Tech Bros? Absolutely. There's so many anime nerds, Asian, Latinx, Latino. All these, there's so many options that you get before you go to male, blue-eyed, blonde hair. That is a choice you are making. It's not because of your lack of options. That is a choice that you are making. Period.
Girl, this weak ass straw.
You want to be with that. That's not because of lack of options. So yes. So that's my 10 archetypes of trans attracted men. The secure man, the chaser, the stumbler, the dog collector, or the brick collector. But the dog collector, the opportunity, because we're all the dogs. Opportunist, opportunist, the captive, the window shopper, the subby hubby, the economist, and the settler.
Where the straw spot.
And these are trans inclusive because I know some trans men that are settlers, and I know some trans men that are economists. And subby hubby want to be dick down and submissive and feel like fish. So this is trans inclusive, baby. These are men that are trans inclusive. They can find out of this. Dog collectors, baby. I know some trans men that are dog collectors. I know some trans men that are opportunists, baby. Any dick will do.
Oh.
I don't think I know any trans. Don't exist, but I've never met a captive trans man. Maybe, but I don't know of them. Definitely know a dog collector. Definitely know a stumbler. Definitely know a stumbler. Yeah, I definitely know a chaser. All of these are, I know all of these are trans, masculine, inclusive, except for captive. I'm pretty sure they exist, but I've never met one, so I have to be honest about that. I've never met a captive, trans attractive trans man. Yeah, I've never, not that I know of. All right. So yes,
I know. Okay, that could work.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Shout out to Pure Change. He gave me the inspiration for this topic. And yes, so now I can talk about whatever I want to talk about freely. Make sure y'all thumbs up if y'all are watching. It is 54 people in here, and only 35 of y'all have thumbs up. Or what you not thumbsing up for, hoes? How about that? All right. So what y'all want to talk about? And it wasn't that he was out and proud. He was a piece of trash.
Hmm. I wonder, is that true? Hmm. Mm.
Like the rest, and he had a police officer's salary, so it really wasn't hard to find an equivalent that wasn't MAGA. And the white thing didn't shock me. Of course not. It's like Bob the drag queen saying that. Ooh, I have a white trait. Of course you do. Duh. Because her boyfriend had been white in the past, but the MAGA cop of it all took me out. Yes. Yeah, it's not really about him being white. I don't really care about that. It's really the MAGA thing is the thing for me because I could.
Okay, okay, okay. So, are
I can see myself being somebody like, I don't want to lose this kind of pressure. More than likely, because you have to, you know how perfect it you have to be for you to follow the rules, right? You have to be perfect. You have to look like a type. You have to, you just have to It's going to be really, really, really for me to find the right person that I could. And I don't even, and I'm not even attracted to like Paul Wall type of ways. I don't even want you to be like that kind of wigger kind of way. I don't like that. That feels too cosplay to me. Um, yeah. You know, I only have a small goal, but I love
And try not to kill the hostages. If this goes to shit, we'll need collateral. Guards are down. Okay, demolitions
I would not do that.
charges on
If you, yeah, I do that. So,
investigation going through our special
or it just don't seem like it.
charges you got from the convoy overcoming. Stay in control. If they think you're weak, they might try something.
And I'm currently not watching anything that I feel is. I'm watching good stuff. Like I love Gilded Age. I'm loving just like that. Another season. Did anybody finish Squid Game? I did not. I got into it, but I think I got a couple of more episodes. That season 2, I couldn't get into season 2. So I just started watching season 2 and got past season 2. Now I got halfway through season 3. Yeah, it wasn't like the first two. I like Gilded Age. Gilded Age is giving me a. Have you seen Hunter Wise on Netflix? I like Paul Walker. Yes, I do like Paul Walker. That's up alive. I read Stoned after you talked about it in an old video and I loved it. Was Stone good? That's one of my favorite books. I love Stone. I love Gilded Age. I love Gilded Age. I just saw the girl do an interesting take on Bertha marrying off her daughter for sub-keywords. That was really, really common. I think if we watch, there's a book called The Way We Never Were by Stephanie Coontz. I think I did a couple of videos of her chapters. Remember I used to, I still do, I feel it. But remember I did while I was going through book chapters with y'all? The problem with the book chapters is they don't clock the T, so when you play the book chapters, they flag you as you know, acting like, oh, damn. So, you think else, but I be putting links to these shit. Why y'all shit? So yeah, anyway, Stephanie Coops talks about how common, listen, for the most of the time, marriage was about strengthening family connections. People always loved it when gay marriage was not a thing and they were trying to make it a thing. It was we were protecting the sanctity of marriage. They didn't give, marriage was not some moral institution. It was not. It was about strengthening families. It was about business. I'm selling my daughter off to somebody who can connect me with her. Or somebody who wants to be connected with my money to build up their status. So what happened with Gladys is really, really common. Most motherfuckers was not marrying for love. They was marrying for status. That's what it was. So, yeah. Really, really common. And in Stephanie's book, she talks about how love in the 50s, or most of the pop culture in America, went from the private sector to the public sector. So if you remember, and she explains it brilliantly, because if you remember, most, like, similar to how if y'all watch Bridgerton, you gotta come to the house, because it wasn't, a woman couldn't be out in the public, just out at a club dating. And you ain't at no club. You go to events that your parents take you to, that you know what I'm saying? You just being out by yourself and running into niggas, that wasn't happening for people of status. That just wasn't it. And so, and if it did, you were in a public setting where they saw you, then they come to your house and ask your father and mother if they can, you become a suitor, if they can court you. That's what courting is about. That's why it's called courting, because you work in the court, and not the judicial court, but the actual court of the people. So it used to be something that it was in the private sector. It was the deals about marriage and the dowries and who would get what and the properties and who she gonna live with, where she gonna live. All that shit was negotiated in the private sector. But what started to happen in the early 1900s, that shifted. And it really got popular in the 40s and 50s when the girl would come out of the house, the man would come out and take her on a date. That wasn't happening before that time. You come and pick up a girl from the house and take her on a date, take her by herself, without her father or mother, Y'all go out on lovers' lane, kiss and make out, and do all these things. You get what I'm saying? That took it to the public. Y'all go to the public dance. It took it out of the private sector, and now the power of the girl, you just say it's just a group of people. Instead of it being more about the love and not more about social connections. That doesn't mean those social connections don't influence something. But the power shifted to where the girl gets to choose based on love. Have you ever seen the movie that was so good? Yes, we talked about it on our episode of Chasing Threads last week. I just saw a girl do an interesting movie. Who else? So, yeah, if y'all haven't read that book, The Way We Never Were by Stephanie Kuntz. She also had the book before that called Marriage. History of marriage. How do you feel about dating coach? I feel like these a scam, a smart marketing scam, like most dating coaches. I've been told that pre-colonial Europe land there were 17 different types of marriages. Absolutely. Women married women, boys married boys, all tons of there's many different types, so many different types. Also, there are certain cultures in Africa that the most important, your mother, your matriarchal line was the most important. It wasn't your father. Patriarchy switched that. When culture started focusing on patriarchy, that switched. But there were certain cultures that was the matriarchal line. And then the family take care of the children.
apartment building. He left some body armor by the bikes if you need it. Where's the big dog? People grab
That
it.
takes care of his kids.
Fire.
His father takes care of the kids that he got. No, it's you make a baby, you take care of all. Everybody takes care of it. It doesn't matter they know. And that now we're not romanticizing Africa. There are tons of cultures in Africa. Africa is a continent of multiple tribes, multiple people, multiple states. And so, but we're just sharing that there are nuances in the tribes that were gender affirming and they were patriarchal. It wasn't always as we know it today. I'm reason becoming human now and they briefly mentioned the patriarchal household. The Europeans saw that as evidence of an inferior culture. Yes, of course they did. Which is ironic for them to have a queen for as long as they did. Within their economic goals.
I like the way you operate. If this job had gone different,
His lashes are getting itchy. These are my favorite glasses. I love these glasses. These are Christian Dior's. And I went to Minneapolis a couple of years ago. And I had bought these. These are from, I don't know when they came out.
use the bikes to get away from the cops and to get upstate. When you left the dinghy in Red Canyon, that's your exit plan. There's a route coming to your GPS now. It'll take you off-road, away from the cops, and towards our boat. Stay together or go a different way if you want, but this will be the safest route.
When they came out.
I like the way you
But
operate. If this job had gone
I
different,
lost them
we'd be dealing with a whole lot more cops.
because they made it. But this color is a very unique color that they made out of. There's some darker ones too. Yes, these are the well, but these are the darker ones. Same exact orange that's there. They're darker. So they made a lot of these. So these I can not put one online. I can buy them. But this color, same exact thing. But this color is unique. Like these are mint. And so I lost this pair in a fucking Uber. And I was over it because it's like, you know, you have this kind of a favorite thing. These are my favorite glasses. And I love them. And because I like glasses that are round, I like to wear them super. My favorite are round. And I like glasses that are tinted but lighting up there at night and not being obnoxious. Like this, wearing these at night would be girl. Why you got the glasses? But these, they're light enough to wear. It's like, you know, it's still cute if you like in the inside and you, or it's nighttime, or it's daylight, or no, nighttime. You just got the glasses. They don't feel like, girl, why you trying to be how you know glasses? Because you can kind of still see somebody's face. It's the same thing with these on purpose, where you can still see your eyes. So when So I lost Steve. I was so over it. That night, perfect. And the man, he had glasses. He said he had find something like Gucci and something. Um, but I see out the thing and and a month later, I find that they a pair. I was a nigga put on my neck. But I found another rare program and I ordered it super fast. They was expensive, but because they knew they were great and rebought them. But now I don't wear them. I think that time was careful.
Keep going. Don't worry about the cops. Worry about getting to the canyon.
I'd be so scared to lose. As long as you got a lot of privilege, I can to be as gay as you want to. I've only been to Africa. I haven't been to West Africa. I've been to Egypt, of course. So I haven't been to West Africa, so I don't know where it was. Nigeria, those kind of places. So I don't really know what the truth is. I don't know what I hear from other Nigerians and people. And it seems very much like how people talk about Jamaica. Like they be making like Jamaica seem like it's almost like a dangerous place for people. But then I know tons of undercover Jamaicans or open gay Jamaicans that live in Jamaica. So they're living somehow. Something is going on where they can be open. So clearly the culture ain't that fucking restrictive. But it makes me think of like Texas. When people think about Texas, when outsiders think about Texas, they'd be like, "Oh my God, you live in Texas," and I'm like, "Yeah." It's not as bad as there's parts to living in Texas that are not living like other places, and it just depends on what you value. I value because I value cheap ass rent. I like Texas better than like California. Um, I guess if I was early in my transition and thirdly, I would want California because you get all this shit free. Or it's sponsored by the state. I was going to go to New York, but I got all the stuff that I need in regards to physical transition. So I don't need. I'd much rather have cheaper than. But instead, you paying $2,000, $3,000 child, crazy. Oh no. Mm. I believe it might have been bad the 90s. No, because I be knowing people that live in that area. I'm not saying bad things didn't happen. I just know people from that area that live there. I think you might just have to move differently. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's over exaggerated. It's kind of like when they be saying that they I know girls they come in. And I did with them, that's what it's a big deal. Sucks and pain. So, yeah, it might be some of them enough to make it like stereotype. And then when I go, I really need to make plans. I go, I read some gay people, And I always go out. Like, people. I ain't never seen a man. I think you can't be at flamboyant. Like, I don't think if you can be at flamboyant, I can be like the I bet be out there.
You know when you'll have lots of time? When you're put in jail for robbing a bank and putting down a load of cops. You don't have time right now. Get out of there as quick as you can.
Okay, so that definitely was back in the day. Some of them bigger today. Yeah, I think it's a maturity thing. I mean, thinking kind of like dudes that lie about
Going.
that.
Don't worry about the cops. Worry about getting to the canyon. Okay,
But yeah, when you
and
was
make sure
young,
you head
you
stay
lied
forward because
about
we're
that.
almost out of this. Almost. Keep following your GPS. It'll take you through the forest, around the hills, toward the canyon.
But that's how I feel about it. Like, okay. I look at people rest. Yeah,
Okay, now this next bit's gonna sound crazy, but crazy's often what gets you out of trouble. You're coming up to a
it
ravine. You
depends
take a
on
easy
the
way into the cliff. You'll
circumstance.
drive
It
right
depends
off,
on the
then
circumstance.
pull your parachute and get in the puppy left where you in the river. That's your way out. A good thing
It's
to do
very rare.
is just before you jump might be the best way to get away
See
from
the
the
movie
cliff.
in the past, but I've seen it. But
Soon as your
I've seen
airport gives you
it's not
lights,
like
start
it's one
gliding.
great thing.
That's easy,
I've
right?
seen it
Coming from a
with
guy who
other
had
great
most of the
so
caves.
for example, like if I'm at the mall, you see a physically trans person, you might see them walking past and somebody say some teenagers is making fun of doing something like that. And yeah, you know how they get the laugh and I'll see that sometimes, but not like all the time. This happens all the time. Or I remember when I first came to Houston, there was like this
You see that boat in
neighborhood.
the
It's
creek?
called the
That's where you're aiming.
East End. It's like downtown, but on like the south side of downtown. We got a club called 2020, but on this little strip, I don't know what strip is it? No, it's not Leland. Emmanuel. I think the street's called Emmanuel. Anyway, it's just strip. So it's like on this side of Emmanuel, it's like Grooves, which is a straight club. Then right here it's like 2020, and if you go further down, it's like it was another club, and I think it was called Pulse before, like shooting Pulse after. It was called Pulse something. Anyway, it was a bunch of varying type of clubs on this one strip, and it was gay and the straights. And sometimes the straights that drive past can be harassing the girls as they drive past. I remember a moment like that. I remember a moment where some of the girls was at the gas station one time. They were harassing the girls there. Just little random incidents, but it's just not something that's just constant here that I see. There's groove in third, fourth. I don't really know. I don't really know the sections of the city like that. I know a generalized idea of where third ward, fifth ward. I know a generalized. I don't know exactly how far third ward goes up, down, left, right. I don't really know. But I consider where Groove is at to be downtown, but just right. But I don't know, like a native historian would consider that third ward. I don't know, but it could be. Groove's been around a long time. It's near Memphis. Memphis, Tennessee. I'm talking about Groove the Club. We talking
Well,
about
this
the
is
Houston
pointless.
anywhere. Oh, you said I'm near Memphis. Tennessee. I didn't read that right. Okay, you're near Memphis, Tennessee. I think I've seen it right off the highway many times. Yes, it's right off the highway. It's right downtown, right off the highway. It's a straight club. I love groups. I've been to groups. I've never had any issues at groups. I love it. But I've never been without my trade. I haven't. Anytime I go to grooves, it's me and Denise. I've never went to grooves and I've been by myself. So I rarely, when I'm with Denise, I rarely have any kind of issues ever. Just because Denise is like 6'5", and Denise treats me like a queen. Like when he around me, the typical Southern nigga, like he gonna have his arm around your waist. He gonna lead you through the crowd, holding your hand. He gonna buy you drinks. Anything is like a Southern gentleman. So it, how he treats me, I know how I look can be a big part of it too, but also how he treats me helps me not get clocked too. Like it's a combination of, yeah, I'm passable enough, but most dudes ain't treating girls like this. Even regular cisgender girls. Um, when I'm in the club, he just treats me like I'm his queen, like we married. If you see like a married couple, Southern married couple, that's how he treats me. And so when we at straight places, it don't ever be no problem. Like it because it looks like we're a married couple the way he treats me. So I don't ever have no issues at groups because I only been to groups with him. So we ain't never just ain't never been no tea. There's like literally no chance for no clocks. Because honey, he is on me like a fucking blanket. So I never really had any issues at groups. I'm trying to think of what else down there. In Houston, we be going in and out of clubs, be going in and out of one to go down, one to pop up. It just it's Grooves is one of the only ones that's like been around for some years. Mm-hmm. What else? What other spots? But I do want to go to Lagos. I wanted to go to Lagos, Nigeria one time because the parties be looking like they be fire out there. But everybody say you go out there with somebody who you know who is Nigerian that you trust and can fuck with. I haven't been to a club in about 15 years. I went to a club Sunday. I love going out with my butch queens. I remember thinking what was grooves as a little kid when we were going to Galveston or Clear Lake. Um, yeah, I love going to the club with my butch queen friends. They too treat me like a queen, so I be bumping around looking sick and get my life. I didn't know what a nightclub was. Sorry, I worded that weird.
Yeah. I've been going to clubs since the first time I snuck in the club, I was 13. Um, I've never been to South Beach. Hello, Tori. I've never been to South Beach. I've been over in that area. I've been to Play, JR's, Blur, Narco. I've been to every club over there except for South Beach. South Beach just doesn't sound like my type of spot. Yeah, I went to every club. 2.0's, Crocker. I really like fucking with Crocker. Crocker is fun. I like the DJ at Crocker, so I get my life at Crocker. Um, I do JR sometimes if they're doing some fun karaoke. Um, what else? But yeah, I like Crockers. Play sometimes. Sometimes I fuck with Play, but Play be charging. I don't like it. Awesome. Most of the clubs over there, they don't charge. Play be charging.
They will bring it soon. Go on.
How's the weight journey going? I feel good. What about it? I'm not trying to lose any more weight. I like the size of but I have really it's more exercise. Now I'm trying to hit certain goals in my exercise. So I lifted my leg press max weight right now is 310. And when I started, I was like at one something, 150, one something. So now I'm at 310. So I can leg press 310. So now it's just about me hitting fitness goals, like my weight training goals. Yeah. So I'm trying to hit. I want to leg press 3 to 400. I think 350, not 350. Yes, I have plateaued. I plateaued at 260. So I've stayed the same. I haven't really raised up. I went down. So I have, once after the surgery, I've stayed the same. So that's it. So that's almost 80 pounds. So now it's just more about my fitness stuff. So I've been going to the gym 2 to 4 times a week. On a good week. Our goal is to lift more legs. I want to hit 350, between 350 and 400. Once I get to 350 has been my goal for a while. So once I get to 350, I'll be good. So I want to get my legs stronger and thicker. Because when I be seeing them fitness niggas, I be loving how their legs look. And I wish that I would love to have my legs look like that with a feminine upper body. I love like strong, thick, muscly legs, even on cisgender girls. So I want to look like, I want my quadriceps my quadriceps to do my thighs. I want my quadriceps and my thighs to be muscles. I hope you're getting paid for all these ads. Yes, if you watch them and you click them, you don't have to buy nothing, but if you watch them and click them, it's amazing. We get paid per click. I feel like the session was some baby-ish. I get better defense training at work, but the people did say they were easing us into it at first. What are y'all talking about? I just want to be in fighting shape. I did one self-defense class at dojo and I want to get in shape. I wouldn't mind seeing you do a show when you're about 50. I'm 44 now. What's going to be the difference between now and 50? No, I don't want to get. I still want to be soft and thick. I still want to be jiggly and juicy. I like that. I just want a smaller midsection. I don't want to. I don't want to be muscle and hard. I'm never gonna be in a. I never will be in a situation like that. I'm too dysphoric about shit like that. No, I don't want to look hard, and I don't mind my legs looking thick and strong, but even them have to have a certain softness to them. I don't like. Okay, it can't be. Yeah, I don't like that. I'll never be that. But I do. Yeah, I think I know what you mean about fighting New York, about fighting fit. Because I do, I love doing like some of the cardio on the like punching bag, and I also do them free on. There's a machine called free motion where you do your chest and you hold the things, and you can kind of do either like chest press like this, chest press like this, or chest press on the bottom. Where I like the feeling of my chest being strong, and I want to be able to hit powerfully. I want, which is why I do like my core. Your power come from all of these muscles being strong and fit, like up top. And so I want to be able to hit harder. I want more power in my head. I don't want to look hard, but I want when I hit your ass, I want you to feel it. So I've been doing these. One of the coaches was like, when I was telling them, they were like, "Oh, you need to get on this machine." And there's a machine where it's free form. It's not like really. It's not like a like machine that's like stationary where you can. It's stationary. Well, I don't know what the word is. How to describe it. This one, it has wires, so you can kind of lift the weights in any kind of way. It's like a free motion. That's what it's called. So you can go like this. You can go like this. You can go like this. You can do one, but it's like kind of like a bench press, but your arms can go whatever way. And I love it because you can kind of do like this and make your whole body kind of strong. Like you can stand up, you can sit down, and you can put as much weight that you want on it, and it kind of makes like all of this and your abs and your arms and your chest and everything just kind of stronger because you doing this kind of motion. So it's like boom.
Fujifilm Prescale is a unique, affordable, and easy-to-use tool that reveals the distribution and magnitude of pressure between two contacting, mating, or impacting surfaces. In this example, Fujifilm Prescale is placed between a head engine gasket.
And that's wham, boom, 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 boom. I don't need to be Mike Tyson strong, but I want a motherfucker when I hit him to feel it. Feel that, oh, this bitch work out. Right. Boom, 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 boom. I can't wait till I want to not lose weight. I want to get more muscle mass. So it's going to look different, but I do want to take one of them boxing little courses. Get like a boxing trainer so he can show you your stance and just how to really do your thing, hit harder, more powerfully, and more controlled. I do want that. I have took a boxing class when I was younger. And I felt like it just gave me I had more control when I was younger. And now I want to get that control back because, you know what I'm saying? I want to be stronger just in case I have to knock motherfuckers. Boom, 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 during the apocalypse. Boom, boom, boom. When I was younger, I had too much dysphoria to be able to deal with being with physical strength. I associated it with masculinity. Now I'm more mature in my transition and mature in my mind, so I'm not really as controlled by gender dysphoria as I was when I was younger. So now me being stronger and it doesn't trigger me feeling negative about myself. Like me being stronger would just me being right now would just me being stronger. Boom! I want to knock niggas out. I want to feel powerful, more powerful than I am. You want to tone up? Yes. I don't mind being the size if it's solid. I want to be more solid. Yeah. But what has happened is that as I'm gaining muscle mass, my waist is getting smaller. So my weight numbers are not going down, but my body is shifting in how it looks because my waist is getting smaller. If y'all can see, it's getting small. But because I'm top heavy and I don't really show my lower body that much, I just look like we look the same. Usually in videos, I be looking the same. I really have to stand up for people to see how my body looks, how it's changing, because it is changing. So, yeah, it's gonna be stronger. Wham. I be wanting to surprise motherfuckers too. As soon as I pop them, boom. And I'm talking about fighting. And I ain't got no fight in years and decades. But when I do, I want you to know, you getting all the frustration of my ancestors of the past, of how I want to bash MAGA, how I want to bash these niggas. You getting all the frustration that I have built up in these fists. Boom, boom, boom. I just want to wear somebody out where they gag. They like this strong ass bitch. This She-Hulk, yes. I want you to get into all of that, baby. Get it into all of that, baby. Working out my chest, keep my titties up. What it's doing for me, y'all can't see it now because my titties is brown. But I can seeing my chest muscles poke out right here. When I don't have a bra on, I can see my chest muscles grow up. And I didn't used to be able to see that at all. But yeah, I've been focusing on massing out the large muscle groups like your legs, your ass, your chest, Um, the issue I have, I don't like this muscle right here. Do y'all see? See if I can turn that muscle that wraps around the fucking arm. That right there, I hate that muscle. I don't like that one. But it's hard to do any kind of like compound upper body exercises without working your fucking arms. So that's what I'm more nervous about. Just I don't want my arms to look like fucking. They good now. They soft. They good now. But as I lose weight, it starts to look more toned. It gets kind of clocky. It's not there yet, but I feel like if I lose more weight, I remember I saw a picture of myself. One of my homeboys from high school sent me a picture of myself. Maybe I was joking earlier, but maybe I was looking freaky down. I had titties, but I was looking hard. My fucking arm looked like. Yes, he sent me a picture. And it was given. Yeah.
All right, let's talk. Keep your eyes open.
Oh, it's my boo's birthday. Mm. Uh-huh. That's what I sent him. I said, he's my homeboy, man. He's like a he's a white boy that went to my high school. We used to be in drama club together, but he was one of like the white boys that like black girls. He's married to a black girl now. They mixed little babies. But he hit me up and sent me that picture. He was like, "I hope you're doing good." I said, "I'm doing good, thanks, man." I was like, "And burn that picture." Baby, go ahead and burn that picture, baby. And don't send that to nobody else, including me.
Mm. Girl, the fuck? Can you stop?
Love your ride, hon.
Yes. What now? Listen, all those fucking assholes, chill the fuck out, okay? Look, there's some movement on Causeway, but I'm not fucking moving with them indemnity bullshit. I just got my box set of classic Pounders games for the 80s. I don't know. I just like watching old games. You know, to a time before the internet ruined everything. This dumb animal videos and celebrity vagina. All right, maybe I'll see you soon. Bye.
One mission, full power and liftoff. Go 311. A multinational crew of 4 astronauts on board that vessel. They are heading to the International Space Station. SpaceX crew 11. They launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Friday morning. A Dragon capsule. It is scheduled. CNN that there have been disagreements within the Israeli government about what they should do next. Meanwhile, Hamas reportedly withdrew from ceasefire and hostage release negotiations. U.S. President Donald Trump says that he's now working on a plan to get people fed, and this as starvation continues to grip Gaza. Israel and the U.S. backing a group called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The U.S. ambassador to Israel praised the group for delivering more than 100 million meals since its launch in May. But with a population of 2.1 million people, that works out to just 1 meal a day for 47 days for every resident. President Trump says that he spoke to Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff after he visited an aid site in Gaza on Friday. CNN's Jeremy Diamond with more from Tel Aviv.
Well, as starvation grips Gaza, President Trump dispatching his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to go on the ground and see aid distribution firsthand. Witkoff was inside of Gaza for about 5 hours, assessing conditions on the ground, meeting with Gaza Humanitarian Foundation officials, as well as receiving a briefing from the Israeli military. Witkoff said that he was aiming to give President Trump a clearer understanding of the humanitarian situation on the ground in order to inform U.S. plans to address those very conditions themselves. But Witkoff was on the ground to witness a very specific model of aid distribution, and that is that of the controversial private American Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is backed not only by the U.S. government, but also by Israel itself. And the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has been heavily criticized by the United Nations and pretty much every other NGO actually operating on the ground because they say it has increased risks for Palestinians. But the United States seems to be doubling down on this GHF model. We heard the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who joined Witkoff on the ground, saying that GHF has delivered 100 million meals in 2 months. He was touting this GHF model. But one figure that he didn't mention was the number 600. And that is the number, more than 600 actually, number of people who have been killed as they've been trying to make their way to these GHF sites, shot by Israeli forces, according to eyewitnesses on the ground and a CNN analysis of Palestinian Health Ministry data. And in fact, as Witkoff was on the ground today, yet another deadly incident took place near the very same GHF site that Witkoff was visiting. 3 people were killed, 6 injured by gunfire near that very same GHF site, according to Nasser Hospital. Eyewitnesses on the ground said that the Israeli military opened fire on people who were headed to that site.
As soon as Witkoff arrived in the area, there was random gunfire. The shooting intensified, along with drones and quadcopters in the air, and they started firing at people. Bodies are scattered all over the place. We can't survive like this. Open the crossings. We want a truce. We want to live. For the sake of God, we want to live. People are literally battling each other. Witkoff and his visit are nonsense.
A U.S. Embassy spokesperson told me that they have not heard, quote, any reports of clashes or injuries near the vicinity of the visit. The Israeli military, however, confirmed that they fired what they described as warning shots at a, quote, gathering of suspects who they said were advancing towards Israeli troops in Rafah, in that southern part of the Gaza Strip, but they said they were not aware of any casualties. The question now is, what will Wickoff take away from this visit today? How will it actually improve the situation on the ground? Because for now, even as we have seen Israeli restrictions that have been in place for months now that led to this starvation crisis, many of those restrictions have been relaxed. We're seeing about 200 UN trucks per day getting distributed inside of Gaza, but that's still well short of the 500 to 600 trucks a day that UN officials say are needed. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Tel Aviv.
I want to bring in now Dr. Green Slavy. She's a urogynecologist who was just in Gaza at Nasser Hospital and just returned back to the United States a few days ago. Doctor, welcome to the program. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. I want to dive right in so we can cover as much as we can. If you could tell me and our viewers around the world, what was the focus of your work at that hospital during your time in Gaza? Was it treating and expecting mothers?
So I was primarily, my work focused in the maternity hospital. And as an OBGYN and urogynecologist, this is where my area of expertise is. So it was primarily in the maternity hospital, but I also spent a fair amount of time in the general
Hello.
where a lot of the trauma cases and gunshot wounds were being brought in. So yes, it was both.
When it comes to your work in the maternity hospital, doctor, just briefly describe what that was like for her to treat women who are in that moment and needing that care, bringing life into this world, and yet you both in a war zone.
We had women who were coming in and they were supposed to be around term or 9 months who really looked much, much smaller. The uterus was much smaller, and women who are malnourished end up giving birth to babies who are malnourished. We know that just from my experience that the number of birth defects had gone up in this much time, the number of pregnancy losses, mid-trimester losses and abortions had also gone up. The number of babies born with birth defects had also markedly increased. So all the complications that a pregnant woman is at risk of also increased because of the lack of good nutrition and this background of constant stress with bombs that are going off, living in a tent, and then trying to find food for your own family and the kids you already have, all lead to incredible stress, which again all impacts a pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes.
Now, in terms of what you've seen there in the last, what you saw there in the last several weeks, doctor, especially in the past few weeks that you spent there, did you notice conditions deteriorate, be it the severity of the trauma, perhaps, of your patients, or even mortality rate, and certainly the level of malnutrition you saw in your patients?
Right, so I was there almost 4 weeks, and at that time, the Israeli blockade to food and aid coming in had already been going on since early March. So we were already seeing people who, for several months, had been restricted in caloric intake and nutrients, and we were always, as caretakers of pregnant women, talking to them about nutrition and prenatal vitamins, and that was something that was just not attainable at this point. What did deteriorate was the conditions caused by the new food distribution system, the GHS sites that have been set up, where now the normal avenues of getting food in through aid organizations like the UN had been blocked and stopped, and everything went to this more centralized state. We saw women who came in who were pregnant but who also had tried to get food for their families at these aid sites and who were shot. So there were definitely a couple of my patients who had gunshot wounds. The intensity of the bombing had increased, and around Nasser Hospital, we were, from a few days in when I got there, became declared a red zone. So there was active demolitions, bombings, and tanks. So it became very dangerous around this area. I had a few patients who came in as trauma cases through the ER because of bombings of their tents while they were sleeping, and they happened to be pregnant. So one of the patients in the ICU that I took care of was sleeping in a tent with her husband when a bomb went off. And these are in the safe zones where civilians are. And her husband was killed immediately. She was brought in with shrapnel injuries, her severe burns throughout most of her body, cervical spine fractures. So we knew she was definitely at least a paraplegic, if not quadriplegic. She was intubated in the ICU. And by the way, she was also 5 months pregnant, but she was so malnourished it was even hard to tell because the pregnancy was so smaller than what we expected. And that was really difficult because at one point we thought that she was kind of waking up, and I did an ultrasound just to show her that the baby was still alive, the fetus was still alive. When I left, she was still in the ICU, and I heard yesterday morning that she had actually passed away from her injuries. But she wasn't the only one, and it was an intersection of working in maternity and pregnancy care, but also in the backdrop of all this trauma where pregnant women were now, victims and patients of trauma that we were seeing, and that was really difficult. I wasn't really prepared for that.
And you speak of trauma, doctor, that you saw with your patients. The trauma, though, also that I'm sure medical professionals, even with high experience, are going through right now. The not only physical toll, but emotional toll. I mean, it was just last week I spoke to one of your fellow doctors who told me that it's essentially the weak treating the weaker, with doctors also struggling with their hunger on their end as well. So how did you manage, and how are so many medical professionals still managing to work through that and still keep their mind as clear as possible and a steady hand in the operating room?
Well, it is not easy, and you're absolutely correct. There was, when we talk about famine and nutritional restriction in the Gaza Strip, it affects everybody. And it really didn't matter, what your job was or, sort of your status where it was. Everybody now lived in tents and everybody was hungry. My colleagues and our friends in Gaza really would like to have peace. They would like the bombings to stop. They would like there to be a ceasefire and resolution, and they would like to have an end to the blockade so they can really try to put their lives back together. And this is
we're stuck.
They really want to have peace in their lives. They don't want to worry about their kids being killed or their loved ones being killed anymore. And everybody would really like to have that happen.
Dr. Ibrahim Slimi, our best to you and all of your colleagues, especially those that you had to leave there as they continue that very important work as well. Thank you so much for the time that you've given us. Really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much.
Well, Russia is warning some of Ukraine's allies that they could become targets of its new intermediate-range hypersonic missile. President Vladimir Putin announced on Friday that the Oresnik missile has now entered production and will be deployed in Belarus. This is the kind of weapon that was once banned under a defunct Soviet-era treaty. Well, he also said that Moscow could use it against the countries that gave Ukraine their long-range weapons for strikes on Russia. The missile is believed to have a range of about 5,500 kilometers. Mr. Putin claiming that it flies 10 times the speed of sound, and that it could also carry multiple warheads. Russia first fired the experimental missile against a factory in Ukraine just last year. And the U.S. president and the former Russian president now engaged in some nuclear saber-rattling this after what Donald Trump called inflammatory statements that were made by Dmitry Medvedev. And this was on Thursday. Medvedev referred to Russia's Soviet-era automatic nuclear strike capabilities during a spat about Ukraine. Well, Mr. Trump had told the Russian to, quote, watch his words, and now says that he's moving 2 nuclear subs to strategic positions near Russia.
He was talking about nuclear. When you talk about nuclear, we have to be prepared, and we're totally prepared.
The former Russian president, who is now on Russia's Security Council, has been sparring with Mr. Trump over his deadlines for reaching peace with Ukraine. After giving Russia 50 days to agree with a peace deal with Ukraine, Trump lowered it to, as he put it, 10 to 12 days. Vidya called each ultimatum by Trump a step towards war. And residents there are now trying to pick up the pieces after Russia's deadliest attack on Ukraine's capital in a year. At least 31 people were killed in Kyiv on Thursday morning, with almost 160 others injured. Most of the casualties, they came from a residential building that partially collapsed after taking a direct hit from a Russian missile, as you're about to see. Our colleague Nick Payton Walsh and his team sent this report from the scene.
The night terror was commonplace. Blasts. The buzz of drones across the capital skyline, but the impact on the city's northwestern edges was not. The Russian missile hit number 12 Jubilee Street at about 4:40 a.m. Thursday. Dawn met with devastation and neighbours carrying their pets out. The force of the blast huge. This drone shot shows just how. The entire side torn away, floors collapsing on the sleeping. Officials said 6 dead at first, but the gruesome task of unpacking the rubble got underway. The limp body of a boy carried out. Rescuers cutting through wires, breaking through walls to get this man out about 5 hours later. But if they dug deeper, the numbers of dead shot up. Dozens injured, but a total of 28 dead here. And the panic came back too. Another air raid siren, survivors here running to the shelter again. Some overwhelmed. Others explaining they thought the air raid all clear was given the night before.
Ми прокинули вже від вибуху, який пролунав, і оця вся хвиля була на 8-му поверсі, вона пішла до нас, все повилітало.
Over 24 hours later, they could safely clear the rubble away.
And it's really hard to reconcile the sheer scale of the destruction here. I mean, the whole side of this building just torn off. You can see how so many died. Floor collapsing on floor. To reconcile the scale of the damage to the tiny little fragments of personal lives that have just been blown out across the dust here. People coming back in to the neighbouring block, taken out while they can. Hard hats mandatory, the whole lives here completely upturned in a matter of seconds.
Killed by the Kremlin here, 6-year-old Matvey Marchenko, who loved karate with his elder brothers. IT specialist Vitaly Ramashuk with his daughter Vlada, 18, and Irina Humenyuk with her 2 daughters Nastya and Alina. One miracle here too, blown out of the 9th floor, was Veronica, aged 23, who landed with only a broken leg.
Я не знаю, як я просто спала. Просто і пробила вже на обломках внизу. І, скоріш за все, реально якось з'їхала. Я не знаю, що відбувалося. Начебто це левітація така.
Both her parents died in the attack. No bright spots here, just the hope it might somehow stop. Nick Payton Walsh, CNN, Kiev, Ukraine.
Well, President Donald Trump may be heading into the weekend, but he's doing so fuming over an alarming new job report. It said only 73,000 jobs were added in July. It also revised numbers for both May and June, bringing them down sharply. The president also fired the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner, accusing her, without evidence, of manipulating the report for political purposes.
Why did you fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics? Because I think their numbers were wrong. There was not report today. Okay, I think so. And I think you'll see some very interesting information coming out. But you have to have honest reports. And when you look at those numbers, or when you look at just before the election, and then after the election, they corrected it by 800,000 or 900,000 jobs. I would say so.
President Trump also calling on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to step down again after after a member of the Fed's board of governors said that she was retiring early. Mr. Trump also claimed that she's quitting due to disagreements with Powell over interest rates. Meanwhile, all of this is happening as the administration's new tariff plan is shaking some U.S. stock markets right now, as you see the numbers here, as they closed on Friday. The Dow having its worst week since early April. Also, the S&P 500 posting its worst day since May. Clearly, investors having a tough time digesting not just the new tariffs, but also those job numbers as well. Well, still on the way, time is relative. That is not just a quote from Albert Einstein. It's also a big challenge for the U.S. Space Agency. Coming up on why NASA wants to better understand time on the moon, or before astronauts head back up there.
Lunch is on me today. Awesome. Why? I have some extra cash right now. I started using Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Wait, are you saying you get real money back when you get gas in the Upside app? Yes, I get real cash back every time I get gas. Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make around $200 to $300. Wow, that's serious extra cash. Right? You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? It's like free money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now. Use this promo code and get an extra 25 cents a gallon cash bonus on your first tank. Thanks.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gets you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. Download the free Upside app now. Earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code REPAIR25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank.
Did you download the Upside app yet? Yes, of course. I'm not passing up free money. I'm earning real cash back now every time I get gas.
Just download the free Upside app and use promo code REPAIR25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. If you drive, you need Upside. Earn cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. Plus, you can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. So whether you're driving around town a couple times a week or driving hundreds of miles every day, Upside is for you. Don't wait. Some Upside users are making as much as $200 to $300. Download the free Upside app and use promo code REPAIR25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code REPAIR25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When you're done superhero moment, it goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible care before you pay the vet. Ask your vet about Pumpkin or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
Gaza City is just this way, and as you can hear behind me, there's a lot of ongoing fighting between Israeli forces and Hamas militants. This is the way that we go in. It's what they say is an extensive tunnel system in Vaisula. Gaza City man was shot in the leg. He saw him being taken out by ambulance, but now we're seeing more and more Israelis coming out to protest against the current government. Here behind me are hundreds of Israelis who are welcoming those 4 female Israeli soldiers just freed from Hamas captivity. They were at home that fateful Saturday morning when Hamas terrorists burned their house to the ground.
I feel responsible to tell that story because I believe that the world should not forget this.
How much is too much, sir? At what point is it time to end this war? Explore Africa with CNN, where 54 nations create the fabric of this rich continent. It's really complex, discover business,
Economic trends. Clearly you're seeing something here.
nature, and culture. That is always shaping Africa for today.
Its markets around the world.
The energy is amazing.
Feels so good to be here.
4, 3, 2, 1, mission. Power and liftoff.
multinational crew of 4 astronauts on board that vessel. They are heading to the International Space Station. SpaceX Crew 11, they launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Friday morning. The Dragon capsule is scheduled to dock with the space station a little over 2.5 hours from now at about 3 a.m. Eastern. Let's stay on the topic. Getting to the space station is one thing, but the U.S. Space Agency has a bigger target in mind. Right here, the moon. Before astronauts step on the lunar surface, however, NASA wants to figure out exactly how to handle time in space. CNN's Boris Sanchez explains from a pretty unique reporting environment. NASA is aiming to return astronauts to the moon as soon as 2026 for the first time in 5 decades. But returning to the moon raises a surprisingly tricky question. How do you keep track of time in space? On the moon, time passes slightly differently than it does back home on Earth. This is because of what scientist Albert Einstein called general relativity, or the theory that gravity affects space and time. For perspective, let's put this in Earth terms. General relativity tells us that gravity slows time down. This means that seconds tick by imperceptibly faster at the top of a mountain than they do in low valleys. And when we leave Earth's gravity, the difference can get even greater. On the moon, what we think of as a standard 24-hour Earth day is 56 microseconds shorter than it is on Earth. And while this tiny number might not seem like much, it could compound and possibly lead to significant errors over time. Precision timekeeping isn't just about understanding how time works on the moon. It's essential for establishing the systems that make lunar missions possible. This is why NASA and its international partners are on a quest to create a new time scale for a system of time measurement on the moon. And if scientists can pull it off on the moon, it could be a pivotal next step in sending humanity even deeper into the solar system. Look at Boris spending this weekend in space. Thank you for your company. I'm Paula Sunwell in New York. I'll be right back in 30 minutes with more of your headlines. For now, it's Connecting Africa. Try to be global and we try to be smart. I want to hear authentic voices of people who are passionate, who are intelligent, and that's the consistency that we try to get at. Fareed Zakaria, GPS, Sundays on CNN.
Today, we live in an unpredictable environment, and news races around the world at breakneck speed.
Finally.
Being in here with these bad movements of the I was just being criticized for how I live. My show brings you the latest news and top newsmakers. What do you want people to know about what happens in the BBC with the really most emotional scenes? Considering it's reported to say, but it's not about it's anything worth living for.
Weekdays on CNN. Inside Africa. See a continent in transformation as trailblazers involve culture, technology, and industry across Africa and beyond. More than just music, experience the buzz and community of Eswatini's Bushfire Festival.
It's a passionate experience for the drive, like showing up in the most important self.
Inside Africa on CNN in association with Zenith Bank.
There's a reason ship is called the heartbeat of America. The heartbeat's strong, steady, and unwavering, like the people who keep this country moving. To them, only America's the most dependable truck will do. And every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, depends
sales event will qualify buyers with 0% APR plus $2,000 sale cash allowance. That's over $8,000 total value on this Silverado. That's 15% below MSRP. $2 pickles, please. You don't need pickles for pickleball. I've got unlimited 2% cash rewards with my Wells Fargo annual cash card. What have I been playing?
The active cash credit card from Wells Fargo. Terms apply.
Birds, Gallagher, a lot of blazer, which your hand is to step up or not.
From his rich story, one beat at a time.
Boundaries on music. It's a spiritual thing.
African Voices Changemakers on CNN.
I'm Patrick Hoffman in Havana. This is CNN.
Welcome back to a very special edition celebrating 5 years of Connecting Africa. Continuing our conversation, we still have Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Wandile Mene, and Wale Tinubu, the CEO of Orlando. Gentlemen, the next 5 years, Wale, what excites you the most? Well, I mean, because you're still a physical infrastructure guy. You're saying tech is going to help you. It's going to be an enabler, but you're also looking at physical infrastructure.
I think what excites me the most is to have a lot more indigenization in our businesses on the continent. I think that there's too much focus on foreign goods and services. There's too much focus on foreign investment is good, but at the end of the day, the essence of the investment is to stimulate and create the capacity for you to re-export to the rest of the world. And so that our governments are now realizing that the world is private sector driven. If you embrace the private sector and support them, they will be able to provide multiples of economic growth which we are not used to. And Africa has spent too much time reliant on the public sector trying to create jobs and doing it completely inefficiently. And for example, you take Nigeria. Nigeria started booming when the government privatized and liberalized. Okay, they got everybody got a chance to get involved. Financial institutions were filled, all companies were filled, you name it, because people now got licenses to operate. And then the government should then focus on being a regulator, but a friendly regulator that supports those businesses and the growth. Now, knowing that Africa is moving in that direction excites me, and it's certainly enabled by the information age, because we now see, everybody gets to see other countries who are doing well, and we don't have excuses as to what we should do and the pace of growth that we should follow.
Secretary General, what excites you the most? I mean, I know you're in the thick of things because you're trying to create the enabling environment, but what excites you the most of what you're seeing?
Well, in 4 years' time, I will be out of office.
I was going to say,
that's a compelling proposition to be excited about. I think that the digital economy as a driver of Africa's industrial output is very exciting. Estimates of up to 750 billion United States dollars will be by 2035 Africa's combined contribution to Africa's combined GDP. That is very exciting, particularly for young people. Who will have an opportunity either to build data centers, to be innovative in terms of the technology that is innovated to drive agriculture, to drive tech health. I think the digital economy is very, very exciting, and I know that Wale will adjust to it very, very, very soon. Yeah.
Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Wandile Mene, and a big thank you to the Orlando CEO, Wale Tinubu. Please, round of applause for my fantastic guest. Thank you so much. And that is it for this month's Connecting Africa. To our guests, our partners, our wonderful audience, and to you at home, our amazing viewers all over Africa and beyond. Thank you so very much for joining us on this very special journey. From me, Eleni Jakos, in Abuja, Nigeria, until next month, let's keep on connecting.
can keep your head when markets all around you are losing and you can't see a way through, if you can trust your instincts on when to buy, sell, or wait, don't be tired by the waiting. If you can trade and not make money your master, meeting triumph and disaster in equal measure. If you can run with the ball and not be afraid of the bears, treating both impostors the same. For when we come together, we will make sense of it all. Then the business world will be yours and all that is in it. And what is more, my friend, you will be profitable. For you are indeed watching Wesley's business.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heart that's strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
During the Chevy 4th of July sales event, well qualified buyers get 0% APR plus $2,000 total cash allowance. That's over $8,000 total value on this Silverado. That's 15% below MSRP.
I'm Becky Anderson at the Abu Dhabi. This is CNN.
Hello, welcome to CNN Newsroom. I'm Polo Sandoval live in New York, and here's what's coming your way the next 30 minutes. President Trump says that he ordered 2 U.S. nuclear submarines positioned closer to Russia after its former president remarked on the Kremlin's nuclear capabilities. And starving Palestinians here trying to get food come under fire. Now, 2 U.S. diplomats recently assessing the situation in Gaza. More on that. And we'll also meet the man behind that $10 million winning bid for the original Birkin bag.
Live from New York, this is CNN News.
Ukraine's allies on notice that they could become targets of its new hypersonic missile. President Vladimir Putin announcing on Friday that the Oreshnik missile has entered production and will be deployed in Belarus. He also said Moscow could use it against the countries that gave Ukraine their long-range weapons for strikes on Russia. This is the kind of weapon that was once banned under a defunct Soviet-era treaty. The missile, believed to have a range of about 5,500 kilometers, about 3,400 miles, and also Mr. Putin claiming that it flies about 10 times the speed of sound and can carry multiple warheads. Russia first firing that experimental missile against a factory in Ukraine just last year. While Moscow and Washington, they are engaging in some nuclear saber rattling amid a pretty verbal spat between their current and former presidents. Former Russian leader Dmitry Medvedev recently brought up Russia's nuclear strike capabilities as part of a back and forth with U.S. President Donald Trump. They were arguing after Mr. Trump shortened his deadline for Russia to make peace with Ukraine. As Natasha Bertrand reports, Mr. Trump answered by redeploying his own nuclear fleet.
President Trump on Friday announced that he is ordering 2 nuclear submarines to be deployed closer, potentially, to Russia, following remarks by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev on social media, alluding to Russia's nuclear capabilities. President Trump essentially said that the reason why he's deploying these nuclear submarines is because, quote, Medvedev has made foolish and inflammatory statements, and he wants to have these nuclear submarines available in the region should those statements be, quote, more than just that. President Trump said, quote, words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. Now, it's unclear at this point just what kind of nuclear submarines are going to be repositioned The U.S. has nuclear-powered submarines. Essentially, all of its submarines are nuclear-powered, but only about 14 of them are actually capable of carrying nuclear weapons. And it is the longstanding policy of the United States to neither confirm nor deny when its submarines that are capable of carrying these nuclear warheads are actually carrying them. And so at this point, it's not clear what kind of submarines are being repositioned and just what they're carrying. However, it's worth noting that it is very extraordinary for the U.S. to reveal at all where its nuclear submarines actually are in the world. These nuclear-capable submarines, they routinely patrol near U.S. adversaries, including Russia and China, for example. But it is very, very uncommon and very rare for the U.S. to say anything about their particular whereabouts because, of course, they are meant to operate in extreme secrecy. So what this is essentially doing is sending a signal to the Russians that the U.S. has these capabilities and that they're nearby. We should also note that as of right now, the Kremlin has not responded to President Trump's announcement that he would be deploying these nuclear submarines. Natasha Bertrand, CNN in Washington.
While residents there trying to pick up the pieces after Russia's deadliest attack on Ukraine's capital in a year. At least 31 people were killed in Kyiv Thursday morning, with almost 160 others injured. CNN's Pete Walsh and his team followed this report from the scene.
The night terror was commonplace. Blasts. The buzz of drones across the capital skyline, but the impact on the city's northwestern edges was not. A Russian missile hit number 12 Juby Street at about 4:40 a.m. Thursday. Dawn met with devastation and neighbors carrying their pets out. The force of the blast, huge. This drone shot shows just how. The entire side torn away, floors collapsing on the sleeping. Officials said 6 dead at first, but the gruesome task of unpacking the rubble got underway. The limp body of a boy carried out. Rescuers cutting through wires, breaking through walls to get this man out about 5 hours later. But if they dug deeper, the numbers of dead shot up. Dozens injured, but a total of 28 dead here. And the panic came back too. Another air raid siren, survivors here running to the shelter again. Some overwhelmed. Others explaining they thought the air raid all clear was given the night before.
І оця вся хвиля, бо ми на 8-му поверсі, вона пішла до нас, все повилітало.
Over 24 hours later, they could safely clear the rubble away.
And it's really hard to reconcile the sheer scale of the destruction here. I mean, the whole side of this building just torn off. You can see how so many died. Floor collapsing on floor. To reconcile the scale of the damage to the tiny little fragments of personal lives that have just been blown out across the dust here. People coming back into the neighbouring block, taken out what they can. Hard hats mandatory, the whole lives here completely upturned in a matter of seconds.
Killed by the Kremlin here, 6-year-old Matvey Marchenko, who loved karate with his elder brothers. IT specialist Vitaly Rabashuk with his daughter Vlada, 18. And Irina Kumenyuk with their 2 daughters, Nastya and Alina. One miracle here too, blown out of the 9th floor, was Veronica, aged 23, who landed with only a broken leg.
Я не знаю як, я просто спала. Просто і прокинулась вже на обломках внизу. І, скоріш за все, реально якось з'їхала. Я не знаю, як це взагалі відбувалося. Начебто це левітація така.
Both her parents died in the attack. No bright spots here, just the hope it might somehow stop. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Kyiv, Ukraine.
And after a visit from top U.S. officials, Israel's prime minister has really postponed making a decision on military operations in Gaza until next week. And that is if Hamas does not agree to a deal. Meanwhile, Hamas, for its part, reportedly withdrew from ceasefire and hostage release negotiations. U.S. President Donald Trump says that he's currently working on a plan to get people fed as starvation grips Gaza. President Trump's Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, well, they visited one of the group's sites on Friday. Well, the UN and others saying that really nowhere near enough food is getting into Gaza. CNN's Matthew Chant has more on the situation on the ground.
Well, the focus of this 5-hour Gaza visit by the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, was a controversial US-backed food distribution center in Gaza run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF, set up to sideline the United Nations role in distributing aid after Israel complained that UN aid was reaching Hamas. Ambassador Huckabee praised the GHF, saying that it distributed more than 100 million meals and prevented Hamas from getting their hands on it, but that's not as good as it sounds. 100 million meals between 2.1 million Palestinians is about a meal a day for 47 days, and it's been in operation for 70 days. The organisation has been criticised for failing to effectively tackle the hunger crisis in Gaza, which has been devastating in Israel's war on Hamas. It's also unlikely that GHF meals have been unable to reach all Gaza's residents. They've only got 3 distribution sites in the whole territory compared to the hundreds previously operated by the UN. The other issue is that this visit, which Steve Witkoff said was intended to better understand the humanitarian situation in Gaza so it could be relayed to President Trump, well, that visit was carefully planned and was a highly sanitized event, which did not capture the chaotic and deadly scenes that have led to more than 1,000 Palestinians in Gaza being killed by the Israeli military as they tried to get food in recent months. Hundreds of them near GHF distribution points, according to the UN. The GHF disputes this. But to illustrate the point, eyewitnesses in Gaza tell CNN that Israeli forces fired on people waiting near the same distribution site visited by Witkoff and Huckabee, Palestinian medical officials. That at least 3 people were killed. The Israeli military says it fired warning shots to prevent the crowd advancing towards its troops. And so what's also unclear is how much of that grim reality in Gaza the US envoy or the US ambassador really witnessed. Matthew Chance, CNN Jerusalem.
And President Trump may be heading into the weekend, but he is likely fuming over an alarming new jobs report that said that only 73,000 jobs were added in July. The thing is, it also revised numbers for May and June, bringing them down sharply. The president also firing the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner, accusing her without evidence of manipulating the report for what he described as political purposes. Now, this happened as the administration's new tariff plan seemed to shake the U.S. stock market. When you look at the numbers and see how markets closed on Friday, you see the Dow there having its worst week since really nearly April, and also the S&P 500 posting its worst day since May. Well, President Trump is slapping a 15% tariff on many African countries with which the U.S. has a trade deficit, but some nations are now facing double-digit rates. It's Larry Mado reporting from Kenya.
The United States did not sign a single trade deal with any African country before that August 1st deadline. And barring a last-minute change, it means these higher tariffs will come into effect August 7th. It reflects, some say, the low priority that Africa is for the White House, or a sobering reality that these African economies are just too small compared to America's largest trading partners, the European Union or China. But this will affect some of the world's poorest nations. For instance, Lesotho, which was initially given a 50% tariff on April 2nd. It's now come down to 15%, but I was just recently in Lesotho, and you see the impact of the fear of these tariffs. Already some companies are closing, some people are losing jobs. Lesotho's garment industry, they export everything from Trump-branded golf shirts to Levi's jeans to the United States, and all that is likely to be effective. Take another example, one of Africa's largest economies, South Africa. Officials have been working the phones trying to get a deal, speaking to U.S. trade representative, but they did not get that before the deadline. And in the country, which depends on the U.S. as the second largest trade partner, there's some concern about job losses.
And then 30% is drastic, so a lot of people are going to lose jobs, and already the government is struggling to create more jobs as it is, and I don't see them creating any more jobs again. So it's going to probably be up to the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are going to have to somehow find a way to bring back the economy, but then at the end of the day, a lot of people are going to lose.
President Cyril Ramaphosa saying Friday that the government will cushion companies that will be affected hard by the reciprocal tariffs. South Africa's agriculture and automotive, as well as chemicals industries, especially depend on the U.S. market. But zooming out here, while the U.S. is raising tariffs on African countries, China is going the opposite direction. China has announced that it will drop all tariffs for all African countries except for Eswatini, which still recognizes Taiwan. And so China already is Africa's largest trading partner. In 2023, Africa exported about $170 billion worth of goods to China. That's 4 times more than the continent did to the U.S. So these are two competing narratives here, and many Africans suddenly will be warming up economically to China. Laramidowo, CNN, Nairobi.
Young Catholics who gathered in Rome for a Jubilee event, they got a big surprise when Pope Leo showed up. That story and much more. You're watching CNN Newsroom.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible care before you pay the vet. Ask your vet about Pumpkin or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Happiness could lead to living longer. You want to know how? On my podcast, Chasing Life, I'm uncovering the secrets of people around the world who are living happy, healthy, extraordinary lives. Hear how they do it and the science behind why it works. Join me as I reveal their secrets and discover how we can chase life together. Listen to Chasing Life with me, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, wherever you get your podcasts.
How we connect you with stories from around the globe. We're on the ground to follow the facts. We examine big ideas. We let diverse perspectives flow and ignite conversations that matter most to bring the world to you. Stay informed, stay connected, stay invested. From our studios in Abu Dhabi, join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Weekdays on CNN.
This is Hemel in Ada, which translates as heaven and earth. An area where some of the finest wines in South Africa are made. The region's wine history is relatively short, but it was in the mid-1970s that it began producing the wine it's renowned for today. In 2019, this region was added to the UNESCO Creative Cities list for its gastronomy.
Our region is really famous for Chardonnay and Pinot Noir. Some people call it the Little Burgundy, and it is really fantastic. I think what grows together goes together, and for me, it's about this incredible pristine environment that we have, and it's about marrying those local products which are so beautiful.
Why, particularly in Gaza, why is leadership failed here?
Selfish, short-term interest.
The allegations, this is chilling, stomach-churning stuff.
Yes, it is. What happens, Marisa and Machado, what happens if you're arrested?
Well, we're taking one day at a time.
What would it take, Mr. President, for Serbia to acknowledge Kosovo's independence?
And it is here, on these grounds, St. Peter's Square, that his funeral will be held. This is what 18 months of war has done for the children of Gaza. Where do you find empathy with some of these autocrats?
Have you used ChatGPT to write any songs?
Not yet. The genocide in Rwanda made you almost quit photography. Tell us about that moment. How does this story shape all of you who are the future?
Inside Africa. See a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve culture, technology, and industry across Africa and beyond. More than just music, experience the buzz and community of Eswatini's Bushfire Festival.
It's your passion, your spirit, your drive, showing up in your most authentic self.
Inside Africa on CNN in association with Zenith Bank.
Welcome back to CNN Newsroom. A baby recently born in the U.S. state of Ohio came from an embryo that had been in cold storage for more than 30 years. Now, the family's doctor says that is a record. The birth happened through what's known as embryo adoption. It has gained popularity among so-called Christian-centered fertility clinics. A woman who froze the embryos in 1994 donated them to a couple who was struggling to have a baby. She made the donation in hopes that she would be part of the child's life. And Pope Leo making a surprise appearance at a Vatican event that's drawing young people from around the world. CNN's Christina Lamb in Rome brings us these details.
You are the light of the world. A surprise appearance by Pope Leo in front of thousands of young Catholics. The future of the church is gathered in Rome in what's being dubbed a Catholic Woodstock. The mega youth gathering, part of the church's Jubilee year celebrations, bringing together an estimated hundreds of thousands from every corner of the globe. Many of them camping out in warehouses like this one, all part of the festival atmosphere. Not tourists, but pilgrims. Among those on the streets of Rome, youngsters from Leo's hometown of Chicago. Like him, fans of the White Sox and the city's pizza.
It is such a once-in-a-lifetime experience to just be here gathered with so many teens of the same faith from around the world.
And if you could ask Pope Leo one thing, what would it be?
Deep dish or thin crust pizza.
This week, Leo was handed a slice from Aurelio's pizza, his favourite. It's less than 100 days since Leo's election, and he's still settling into his new role. But this week is a big test. The long-term trend shows an uptick in young people disaffiliating from mainline religions in the West. But for the Catholic Church, some research points to a growing interest among Gen Zers in Catholicism. To that end, Pope Leo meeting Catholic social media influencers this week, who are trying to reach the younger generation. Who have turned out in force.
There are also events like this one, where young people are invited to go to confession. There are hundreds of tents laid out for them to go and receive the sacrament of reconciliation. At the same time, though, there's huge enthusiasm for Pope Leo.
I feel like I already know the guy, you know, and just seeing him like that with the papal cards and him seeing the American flag and just waving at us is super exciting, and I feel like he truly loves us.
And at a time of uncertainty, political and otherwise, young people finding in their faith and Pope Leo a reason to hope. Christopher Lamb, CNN, Rome.
Well, August can only mean that kids and teachers in the U.S., they are getting ready to start another school year. And one school superintendent in particular in the U.S. state of Indiana now preparing his new set list of pop music parodies. CNN's Jeremy Roth sat down with the so-called parody principal.
It's back to school season, and for most administrators, that means prep work, planning, and oversight. But for one super creative Southern Indiana school superintendent, it also means turning school business into show business.
Is back, all right.
And I tell people all the time, you know, that I can't believe that I get to do this as a part of my job as a superintendent. My name is Mike Allen, and I am the superintendent of Evansville Christian School, but I'm also known as the parody principal.
For more than a decade in educational administration, Allen has written and produced elaborate YouTube videos performing popular song parodies to keep his students, parents, and staff informed and entertained.
I try to choose ones that are fun, that are recognizable, and that work for telling the story I'm trying to tell. Snow days, 2-hour delays.
Snow, white stuff.
Christmas breaks. spring breaks.
We can really use it. Not to mention COVID closures. Goodbye, COVID-19. I wish I never knew you at all. Parent-teacher meetings. And even winter safety. It seems no school issue, or musical genre for that matter, is safe from Alan's punchy parodies. And while his videos provide this natural showman a creative outlet, Alan says the biggest reward is the engagement with his students and staff.
It's not separate from my work, it's for my work. It's a part of what I believe is part of my role, which is to encourage and inspire and affirm.
So for now, it's back to school for Superintendent Allen and back to the old drawing board for the parody principal.
I looked at the building, I was finally here to settle on in for another school year.
I'm Jeremy Roth, reporting.
Well, finally tonight, we want to introduce you to a Japanese collector who is the envy of fashion enthusiasts and luxury shoppers all around the world. You see, he recently paid an eye-watering $10 million for the original Birkin bag. You remember that auction? So he's now sharing the strategy behind his winning bid. Tosca Van Dorn reporting.
This is the moment a bag made history. The original Hermes Birkin, designed for a 60s icon, smashed auction records in July, selling for an eye-watering $10 million. And this is the mysterious buyer on the other end of the phone.
I was sitting in this very chair. It was the most expensive purchase I've ever made per item. So to be honest, it was very exciting, but it really made me sick to my stomach.
Tokyo-based Shinsuke Sakimoto is a businessman and collector. In an interview with CNN, he revealed what was really going on behind the scenes in that dramatic 10-minute bidding war.
We now come to the star lot. Maiko, do you want to bid? Maiko, 6 million. At 6 million euros.
Are there many enemies? It's a one-on-one match. They gave up. Here it comes.
7 million euros.
Wow, amazing. For real?
A former professional soccer player, the auction appeared to bring out Sakimoto's competitive nature.
We were almost at the upper limit. But in those few minutes, we were actually strategizing to inflict a certain psychological damage on our opponents and force them to give up by making a bid without delay.
His company, Valuance, specializes in circular design and the purchase and sale of rare, pre-owned luxury items. But this bag won't be resold anytime soon.
I think it's a truly artistic piece. We would like to exhibit this at museums and venues to convey this value and background to the next generation and to inspire people.
That is competitiveness at a whole new level. We want to thank you for watching this the last 30 minutes. From the team and I, I'm Polo Sandoval in New York. Africa Avant-Garde is next, and CNN Newsroom continues at the top of the hour with my colleague Ben Hunt in Atlanta.
What are you in for?
I ate a toy. Turns out what goes in
Doesn't always come out.
Why wait for more surprises? Get 90% cash back on eligible vet bills for accidents and illnesses with a Pumpkin Pet Insurance Plan. Visit pumpkin.care.
Let's talk business. This is Marketplace Middle East, where we update you on the latest financial moves across the region, from Dubai to Saudi Arabia, Oman to Egypt. Discover what is transforming the region's economic landscape. Join me for the latest trends and innovations, making investing in the Middle East more attractive.
Marketplace Middle East, this weekend on CNN.
Gatorade Zero has the #1 proven electrolyte blend with zero sugar, designed to hydrate better than water. So you can lose more sweat and push more limits. Is it in you?
Right now, during the back-to-school sale at Rooms To Go Kids, shop A+ styles they'll love, starting at just $1.99. Create the perfect space to sleep, study, and play, with limited-time pricing on bestsellers, only $2.99. Shop space-saving bunks and lofts. Plus, get this bonus. Buy the set and get a free desk chair. Cool styles, smart study solutions, with expert delivery and setup so you can focus on the fun. Start the school year in style, only at Rooms To Go Kids.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Glazer, Roy Wood Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
I'm Zayn Asha, and this is CNN.
I've tried both spring and stage. I had about earlier, and I was always going to believe that stage is harder and but it reduces discipline.
Make sure that whatever you are given, whatever the script or whatever the story is given to you, it is told truthfully.
The thing I like to always say about acting is it's not lying. I do believe that in every single character you play, there's something in you that's in that character. So what I try to do is I try to find the truth in it for myself. And that's the only way that I can tell it truthfully to other people. I arrive at the theatre, I think the first thing I would like to do is get makeup on. So before that, I'm going to have probably some hot drinks, get some water ready, place it all, set up my table for makeup so that everything's where I need it to be and it's easier to grab and just put on. Prep my wig, brushing it out, adding the things, adding the flowers, making sure it looks good, checking all my props, making sure that everything's in place so that once we've started with the show, I don't have to worry about where anything is I'm going to need on stage. My costume will be ready because we have an amazing team. My name is Virtuous Kandemiri, and I am playing the role of Beauty in this year's Janice Honeyman pantomime, Beauty and the Beast. A pantomime it's actually a British tradition. It's where they take fairy tales, modern day fairy tales that we all know, also usually Brothers Grimm fairy tales, and they put a modern twist to it, and they add music, usually popular things that everyone can relate to.
The name is Gaston. Why do you continually call me Gaston?
Because you give us indigestion, heartburn, and you're a pain in the gut.
We use the current songs, from the era that we're in, and so people can sing along. There's a lot of sing-alongs, there's a lot of dancing, and we involve both parents and the kids. There's a lot of interaction with the audience whereby it's like, he's not there, he is there, look out, screaming and stuff like that. So people interact. This is Bongi Archie. Original name is Bongi Nkosi Archie Tombeni, born and raised in Johannesburg, South Africa, in Tembisa 1632. And I'm a musician, singer, performer, actor, dancer, pianist, I'm everything that, just makes people feel good. That's me. Oh, Archie. Well, I'm playing a very interesting role in this year's pantomime. It's super, super exciting. I'm playing the Dame. Ooh. I've never, ever played the Dame before. So the Dame is part of she's the storyteller. They call her the fairy, Mama Amabali. And, it's very exciting for me. It's a role I've never done. It's very demanding. Give us away! You're all welcome. Welcome one. The thing about keeping the audience entertained is that you must always keep them part of the story. They must always be part of the story because pantomime is always about engaging with them.
Sometimes we go, oh, the audiences are loving it tonight. Other times the audiences are a bit quieter. They often love it more, but they go quiet. We as actors then need to watch what's our pace. Are we slowing down? Are we losing energy? We're working hard every single night. No night is the same. I'm Judy Ditchfield, and I'm playing Hecate Hicks, the witch in this year's Beauty and the Beast, the pantomime at the Joburg Theatre.
My spell has worked, and I curse. He's just too horribly, hideously ugly.
What is critically important is that when you're playing a bad character, and I often get the naughty, slightly bad characters, and this one I'm really bad, Hecate Hicks, is that she has to have some redeeming factor. Otherwise, people don't want to watch it.
This will be beastly for the rest of his life. Why? He'll regret.
I would say most of what's very me is just the use of how I use my eyes. You say I walk in and I'm very excited and I say, you won't believe what happened to me. And you can see that in my eyes. You won't believe what happened to me.
The audience is stationary. You do the movement, but they always got to see your facial expressions, Always in the morning I practice my facial expressions when I do they got to be they got to see that. The person sitting at the back on top of the balcony, they must be able to see your expression, whether you're sad or crying. So it's all those, you need to rehearse, and that's how I do it. I always engage and keep them moving with me through the story.
And now I've come to learn my next lesson from today's story.
She's always keen to learn. But today I'll tell you a story of Beauty and the Beast.
I always wanted to play the part of Beauty. I just never thought that they would cast a person of color in the role of Beauty. So I'm impressed with it. I'm both impressed and I'm just grateful.
Get with the program, sister. Don't be such a carrot. Don't touch me on my library. Go down.
It's still quite a sensitive thing. And so being able to be in a position like this where you play a role that's a lead role and being a person of color, it shows that we're getting closer to integrating everyone into the same position in society. I love that.
Beauty is here. I'll find a way to save the day. Go, Beauty. Go, Beauty. Go, Beauty.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Happiness could lead to living longer. You want to know how? On my podcast, Chasing Life, I'm uncovering the secrets of people around the world who are living happy, healthy, extraordinary lives. Hear how they do it and the science behind why it works. Join me as I reveal their secrets and discover how we can chase life together. Listen to Chasing Life with me, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, wherever you get your podcasts.
6 trucks full of soldiers accompanying our every move.
Where are your homes? Have your homes been destroyed?
This is where those militants first came. We could hear jets in the skies, non-stop, profound pounding. So let me understand this. You are now basically the only hospital around?
Has the situation become worse in the last year? They're starving to death. They are starving to death.
But you do think it's Jewish land, Gaza? When will the Taliban allow teenage girls to go back to school?
I think we can all see that's not a cycling accident.
There's the photographs of you with people together.
Does anyone understand what happened on October 7th?
It must weigh on your heart to have to bury these little children. These are all people who are desperately trying to escape. We will tell the world your story.
I'm Becky Anderson, 200 meters above the city of Dubai here in the UAE, and this is CNN.
If you can keep your head when markets all around you are losing and you can't see a way through, if you can trade and not make money your master, meeting triumph and disaster in equal measure, if you can run with the bulls and not be afraid of the bears, for when we come together, we will make sense of it all. And what is more, my friend, you will be profitable, for you are indeed watching Quest means business.
I'm the first person that they see on stage. So whatever I do, I have to make sure that I put it into a certain level so that whoever comes behind me, they can take it from that level and take it higher. I am Sidi Manye, I'm playing Rafiki, and I've been playing Rafiki for 20 years now on Broadway. Somebody could be seeing the show probably the 7th or 8th time, and then they are able to compare and say, oh, the last time you were not in a good mood, this time you're not, in a good mood. So when I go there, I have to give it all or nothing.
She is so rooted in what our traditions and our culture is all about in her expression of what the show is. I came in as an ensemble member, as an understudy for Rafiki and Nala. So learning from her, it was the first time I viewed Rafiki from a perspective of someone who's going to learn how to interpret Rafiki. So she's a very good teacher in that. I'm Pearl Quavey and I play Nala, and I've been playing it for 2.5 years. My process was very different. I'm saying this because, firstly, I'm the first South African to be in this role on Broadway. I was a part of about 4 understudies. So with being an understudy, you do the show like it is your last time when you do it, because you don't know when next you're going to do it. And you just do it and enjoy it while it's there. And they saw that, oh, she's consistent and she is giving her best every single time. And so that sort of led to me being offered the role.
I started The Lion King in 2000, and I was in Toronto for 4 years. And during the first 2 years, I understudied Rafiki. I was in the ensemble, being one of the bed ladies. And I guess it was one of those things too, when they, the high-ups see you and they think, oh, she's good for the role. So when Pinda, the girl that played Rafiki, when she left, I was called to and said, would you like to take over the role of Rafiki? And I couldn't say no.
As an actor, it's important to find a connection with a role, to find an honest way to portray it. It's really beautiful that I get to play a role that I can identify so heavily with. There's a beauty in the fact that I get to do it while celebrating my culture. As somebody from Africa, it was hard to get the roles where I can fit in. In the shows, there was nothing really for me at that moment. I've been in the show since the beginning, which is like 27 years now. I'm an ensemble member, a singer, dancer. When Lion King came, it was exciting because I got to be able to sing in an African language. be able to put my culture in the show. We have few Africans, representing us in theater world here on Broadway, so we are one of the few, to do that. So that's what, made me love being here.
I've been doing the show overall for 23 years. I'm in the singing ensemble in the room. By the time I did the auditions, there was already a buzz, but I was in South Africa. I was young then, and we really didn't know what Lion King was. I think the other side of the world had experienced Lion King. I had never even seen the cartoon to begin with, so we had no idea.
As soon as you walk in that building, you are Bongi, I am Lindiwe. So we try our hardest. We never talk about what's going on in the house.
I think it helps that we're both Capricorns, so we're able to. So a lot of things, they're lucky for us. A lot of things, when there's something that's happening, we tend to approach it similarly.
This is my colorful heavy dress. See, my costume weighs about, I think, 11 pounds. I've been wearing it for so long, so now it becomes like this dress. So I put my feet in there. When I'm on stage, I'm not wearing a costume anymore. I'm a shaman, I'm a saboma. I'm using what I have in my costume to be able to tell the story.
It's a shock when we have to start putting the puppet on, because they tell you, but it doesn't really prepare your body like it's about to happen.
It was very new for us because we've never dealt with puppets, so we had that situation where we had to learn how to use puppets while you're singing, while you're dancing, wearing all these different costumes. So it was fun but challenging sometimes. Nala runs around a lot, and then she sings like she wasn't just running around. So cardio is a big part of my life. So I'm on the treadmill and then sing, and then get on the treadmill and sing, get off, sing while on the treadmill, then vocally from the moment I wake up. Little lip trills like that as you wake up. Before the show, you're humming to yourself, making sure that it's warm. But also the physical activity and exercise helps blood flow to your muscles and your vocal cords or muscles as well. So you treat your body with a respect of understanding that this is my instrument.
As an actor, you have to make sure that whatever you are given, whatever the script or whatever the story is given to you, it is told truthfully. By doing your research, hey, look down there.
We put so much of ourselves into what we're doing and into the characters that we're playing that we will have literally the same show but in different energies and different vibes, and the ability to step into whatever energy has been given before you is important, and to not just be stuck in this is how I do my show.
You have a responsibility. You do not represent yourself as just an individual. And when he says it goes over your head. When you come in the show, then you realize that you look around, you do realize that you represent something very special that they began. She was lucky to be part of that. I came in later, but it is something that also we try to teach other brothers and sisters who come from South Africa new in the show, that it's more than just learning lines and being the puppet or whatever. It is a representation of a culture of an African child. This is a dream that an African child would never dream of.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible care before you pay the vet. Ask your vet about Pumpkin or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
Did the re-election of Donald Trump play any role in your decision to resign? Why do you need to study it? It sounds like the facts are on your fingertips.
Great question. There really is much more that unites us than that which divides us.
Watch The Lead, weekdays on CNN.
Larry Madowo as I introduce you to Africa's trendsetters. See how they use their talents, resources, and passions to make a difference on the continent. This is African Voices Changemakers. Jaggery Chanda and Otem Alpha are telling Africa's rich story, one beat at a time.
You can't put boundaries on music. It's a spiritual thing.
African Voices Changemakers on CNN. Inside Africa. See a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve culture, technology, and industry across Africa and beyond. More than just music, experience the buzz and community of Eswatini's Bushfire Festival.
It's your passion, your spirit, your drive, showing up and you immerse yourself.
Inside Africa on CNN in association with Zenith Bank.
When I get a character, when I get a role, I do more research on that particular role. Like, for instance, if I'm taking the role of a sister or a mother, I put myself in the shoes of a mother, or maybe talk to somebody who has or who is that kind of character to know how they feel, how they act, how they move, and everything. So that helps me to feel more connected to the character. My name is Vidya. Bessie. I'm a dance artist. We're translating journalism into movement and action. So if I had to find ways to be able to really show what I'm trying to tell, like really make my body tell the story. So every movement has to like really embody what the words were. It has to carry the same weight the words wasn't carrying.
We worked together with so Kudus Nkeko, the choreographer, and myself worked together with 10 performers in total, and it was a very collaborative process. So we invited them to use the journalism that comes from CNN as equals as a basis for our research. My name is Katie Streep. I'm a theatre maker from the Netherlands and the director of this production, Mother. We created a bit of a patchwork of texts that were inspired by the CNN journalism, but also music that was inspired by the journalism and dance. So it became really from the different disciplines investigating the kind of stories that were there and translating it to a highly personal level, and to also see like, okay, how does it connect to our society?
Take me out of there and then I look beyond to see the real me. The help, the love, the support I wasn't paid.
But when I was told I was just playing the lead role, I was quite excited because it meant I had to like take on a challenge, and then it would be a very big opportunity for me to be able to understand the whole subject matter we're going to be dealing with.
I am flattered and feed on what people wrote. This baby is a part of me.
I would say this has been my most challenging character to take on because for starters, I'm not a mother. Although I have a sister who is a mother and I'm very close to our children, so I probably know a little about what it means to be a mother. But personally, I don't have an experience of what it means to be a mother, what it means to go through pregnancy, what it means to face difficulties while pregnant and stuff like that. So at first, when I got the role, it was really difficult to connect to the character. So we had to do lots and lots of research.
I really love to ask you.
Well, when I was chosen to play the role of the husband in this piece, Mother, I felt it was a privilege to embody what I've never experienced and what I might experience later. So that for me was awesome to, dive into the acting itself. My name is Vidya and I'm a theater artist. What we do as theater artists is to also communicate, educate, and not forgetting to entertain while doing that. So that mixture of that ensemble itself is what we should dive more into. And now, touching sensitive topics, even though it is not widely accepted, but we should. It's our job. We're like the mirrors of society. So we are there to paint what is happening in society and show it back to them. It does not necessarily mean provide a solution, but it's provoking a thought that can spark like a conversation.
Look at this woman with a lump, a sweet mother.
Playing the role as a mother is scary. I've not seen that. And getting to embody or be something or someone that you've never seen, that guy is abstract, Like getting to be in that shoe, man, it's demanding. I think this is the first role that takes me out of just day-to-day recitation and acting alone.
The way he wrote the script was really amazing. We came together from those people's stories, we read it, we understood it, then we started to pick phrases from it. It helped me to learning how to write scripts. I am an elderly woman. I am a musician. I am a midwife. So having to play all those roles and being in different aspects of that piece, of the piece mother, it made me see that the whole society has a role to play in making sure that the mother is okay, the woman is okay. Knowing that it was born out of journalism, knowing that these are people's real life experiences, I'm trying to tell these women's stories, because that's what we're doing. I'm telling their stories and then creating awareness.
They said, giving birth at home shows I'm a strong woman.
While performing, I don't feel myself anymore. So it's just like I'm just putting myself in the shoes of any random woman out there. Now I'm really excited because a way for me to pass out the information to other women out there, because at first I didn't know something like this existed, because in our society they expect us to be strong, and well, eventually I got to know that okay, there's this side to being a woman, and then for me to be able to embody that story and tell it to other women out there, very exciting for me.
Zain Asher and Biana Golodriga use their extensive experience to cover global news with passion and intellect. One World, weekdays on CNN.
We try to be global and we try to be smart. But I want to hear authentic voices of people who are passionate, who are intelligent, and that's the consistency that we try to get at.
Fareed Zakaria GPS, Sundays on CNN.
Grief isn't talked about much, but that's what my podcast is all about. Join me and my guests for a new season with new conversations about loss, life, and love.
All There Is with Anderson Cooper. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. The Rooms to Go store-wide sofa sale ends Monday. Hurry in to get big savings and endless sofa possibilities. Remember, every Rooms to Go sofa is on sale. Save on fabric sofas, sleeper sofas, plush leather sofas, sectionals, and reclining sofas. Every sofa you see is priced low to sell fast. And only Rooms to Go offers an opportunity like this. So shop the Rooms to Go store-wide sofa sale now through Monday. Every sofa is on sale. Save big this summer with the bundle that has something for everyone.
Here we go, boys.
Had enough forces to patrol 1,300 kilometers of the line of contact against Russia.
Oman Hall, weekdays on CNN.
This is CNN.
When you're talking superhero moment,
Goes sideways.
Pumpkin Now, the urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible care before you pay the vet. Ask your vet about Pumpkin or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
There are big explosions taking place in Kiev right now. We need to get our flat jackets off. You can see it from Gershkovich's in there. Hi, Mackie. I'm seeing it. Is that you holding up all right? These troops are Russian airborne forces. They were engaged in a firefight. Please close the skies over Ukraine, please. There's so many people who are coming out to pay their last respects to the Russian opposition leaders.
There's always hope.
We come to this village in southeastern Nepal, which is full of Charua people. They're bonded labourers. We have thousands of people. They need us to help them. Are you still optimistic? The best is in front of us.
In a divided America, where do I fit?
You tell me, ask your partner.
Abby Phillip brings all sides to the table.
Can you name one thing you do this
The hypocrisy is so rank, folks at home. All classes in session.
To talk about the issues,
Congresswoman, it is false. The answer is zero.
the policies,
What is the Democratic Party about? Can you answer that question?
and the biggest debates to wrap up your day.
I hear what you're saying Trump believes in, but do you think it's a good idea?
News Night with Abby Phillip, weeknights on CNN.
25 years of Inside Africa. Celebrate its culture, its people, its flavor, its heritage. 25 years of compelling stories.
The impact I want to have is to show the real Africa.
The trailblazers, the youth, Africa's present and future. Celebrate Inside Africa in association with Zenith Bank.
Let's talk business.
This is Marketplace Middle East, where we update you on the latest financial moves across the region, from Dubai to Saudi Arabia, Oman to Egypt. Discover what is transforming the region's economic landscape. Join me for the latest trends and innovations, making investing in the Middle East more attractive.
Marketplace Middle East, this weekend on CNN.
Hello, we are so back. Wherever you are in the world, you are now in the CNN newsroom with me, Ben Hunt in Atlanta. And it is so good to have you with me. Coming up on the show, the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East visiting a controversial aid site in Gaza. Details of the visit as Israeli Prime Minister weighs his military's next operations inside the enclave. From a war of words to a military move, while U.S. President Donald Trump says he's positioned 2 nuclear submarines near Russia, and the global markets with a strong reaction to President Trump's new tariffs.
Live from Atlanta, this is CNN Newsroom with Ben Hunt.
Welcome. After a visit from top U.S. officials, Israel's Prime Minister has postponed making a decision on military operations in Gaza until next week. That's if Hamas does not agree to a deal. A source tells CNN there have been disagreements within the Israeli government about what they should do next, as Hamas has reportedly withdrawn from ceasefire and hostage release negotiations. U.S. President Donald Trump says he's working on a plan to get people fed as starvation grips Gaza. Israel and the U.S. back a group called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The U.S. ambassador to Israel praised the group for delivering more than 100 million meals since it launched in May. But with a population of 2.1 million people, that works out to less than 1 meal a day for each resident. President Trump says he spoke with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff after Witkoff and the U.S. ambassador to Israel visited one of the group's aid sites in Gaza on Friday. CNN's Jeremy Diamond has more from Tel Aviv.
Well, as starvation grips Gaza, President Trump dispatching his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to go on the ground and see aid distribution firsthand. Witkoff was inside of Gaza for about 5 hours, assessing conditions on the ground, meeting with Gaza Humanitarian Foundation officials, as well as receiving a briefing from the Israeli military. Witkoff said that he was aiming to give President Trump a clearer understanding of the humanitarian situation on the ground in order to inform U.S. plans to address those very conditions themselves. But Witkoff was on the ground to witness a very specific model of aid distribution, and that is that of the controversial private American Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is backed not only by the U.S. government, but also by Israel itself. And the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has been heavily criticized by the United Nations and pretty much every other NGO actually operating on the ground, because they say it has increased risks for Palestinians. But the United States seems to be doubling down on this GHF model. We heard the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who joined Witkoff on the ground, saying that GHF has delivered 100 million meals in 2 months. He was touting this GHF model. But one figure that he didn't mention was the number 600, and that is the number of more than 600, actually, number of people who have been killed as they've been trying to make their way to these GHF sites, shot by Israeli forces, according to eyewitnesses on the ground and a CNN analysis of Palestinian Health Ministry data. And in fact, as Witkoff was on the ground today, yet another deadly incident took place near the very same GHF site that Witkoff was visiting. 3 people were killed, 6 injured by gunfire near that very same GHF site, according to Nasser Hospital. Eyewitnesses on the ground said that the Israeli military opened fire on people who were headed to that site.
As soon as Witkoff arrived in the area, there was random gunfire. The shooting intensified, along with drones and quadcopters in the air, and they started firing at people. Bodies are scattered all over the place. We can't survive like this. Open the crossings. We want a truce. We want to live. For the sake of God, we want to live. People are literally battling each other. Witkoff and his visit are nonsense.
A U.S. Embassy spokesperson told me that they have not heard, quote, any reports of clashes or injuries near the vicinity of the visit. The Israeli military, however, confirmed that they fired what they described as warning shots at a, quote, gathering of suspects who they said were advancing towards Israeli troops in Rafah, in that southern part of the Gaza Strip, but they said they were not aware of any casualties. The question now is, what will Wickoff take away from this visit today, and how will it actually improve the situation on the ground? Because for now, even as we have seen Israeli restrictions that have been in place for months now that led to this starvation crisis, many of those restrictions have been relaxed. We're seeing about 200 UN trucks per day getting distributed inside of Gaza, but that's still well short of the 500 to 600 trucks a day that UN officials say are needed. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Tel Aviv.
Russia is warning some of Ukraine's allies that they could become targets of its new intermediate-range hypersonic missile. President Vladimir Putin announced on Friday that a Oreshnik missile has entered production and will be deployed in Belarus. It's the kind of weapon once banned under a defunct Soviet-era treaty. He also said Moscow could use it against the countries that gave Ukraine their longer-range weapons for strikes on Russia. The missile is believed to have the range of up to 5,500 kilometers. Mr. Putin claims it flies 10 times the speed of sound and can carry multiple warheads. Russia first fired the experimental missile against a factory in Ukraine last year. Moscow and Washington are engaging in some nuclear saber rattling amid a verbal spat between their current and former presidents. Former Russian leader Dmitry Medvedev recently brought up Russia's nuclear strike capabilities as part of a back and forth with US President Donald Trump. They were arguing after Mr. Trump shortened his deadline for Russia to make peace with Ukraine. But as Natasha Bertrand reports, Mr. Trump answered by redeploying his own nuclear fleet.
President Trump on Friday announced that he is ordering 2 nuclear submarines to be deployed closer, potentially, to Russia, following remarks by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev on social media, alluding to Russia's nuclear capabilities. President Trump essentially said that the reason why he's deploying these nuclear submarines is because, quote, Medvedev has made foolish and inflammatory statements, and he wants to have these nuclear submarines available in the region should those statements be, quote, more than just that. President Trump said, quote, words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. Now, it's unclear at this point just what kind of nuclear submarines are going to be repositioned. The U.S. has nuclear-powered submarines. Essentially, all of its submarines are nuclear-powered, but only about 14 of them are actually capable of carrying nuclear weapons. And it is the longstanding policy of the United States to neither confirm nor deny when its submarines that are capable of carrying these nuclear warheads are actually carrying them. And so at this point, it's not clear what kind of submarines are being repositioned and just what they're carrying. However, it's worth noting that it is very extraordinary for the U.S. to reveal at all where its nuclear submarines actually are in the world. These nuclear-capable submarines, they routinely patrol near U.S. adversaries, including Russia and China, for example. But it is very, very uncommon and very rare for the U.S. to say anything about their particular whereabouts because, of course, they are meant to operate in extreme secrecy. So what this is essentially doing is sending a signal to the Russians that the U.S. has these capabilities and that they're nearby. We should also note that as of right now, the Kremlin has not responded to President Trump's announcement that he would be deploying these nuclear submarines. Natasha Bertrand, CNN in Washington.
Residents are trying to pick up the pieces after Russia's deadliest attack on Ukraine's capital in a year. At least 31 people were killed in Kiev on Thursday morning, with almost 160 others injured. Most of the casualties came from a residential building that partially collapsed after taking a direct hit from a Russian missile. Nick Payton-Walsh went to the scene.
The night terror was commonplace blasts. The buzz of drones across the capital skyline, but the impact on the city's northwestern edges was not. A Russian missile hit number 12 Juby Street at about 4:40 a.m. Thursday. Dawn met with devastation and neighbours carrying their pets out. The force of the blast, huge. This drone shot shows just how. The entire side torn away, floors collapsing on the sleeping. Officials said 6 dead at first, but the gruesome task of unpacking the rubble got underway. The limp body of a boy carried out. Rescuers cutting through wires, breaking through walls to get this man out about 5 hours later. But if they dug deeper, the numbers of dead shot up. Dozens injured, but a total of 28 dead here. And the panic came back too. Another air raid siren, survivors here running to the shelter again. Some overwhelmed. Others explaining they thought the air raid all clear was given the night before.
Ми прокинули вже від вибуху, який пролунав, і оця вся хвиля, бо ми на 8-му поверсі, вона пішла до нас, все повилітало.
Over 24 hours later, they could safely clear the rubble away.
It's really hard to reconcile the sheer scale of the destruction here. I mean, the whole side of this building just torn off. You can see how so many died. Floor collapsing on floor. To reconcile the scale of the damage, the tiny little fragments of personal lives that have just been blown out across the dust here. People coming back in to the neighbouring block, taken out what they can. Hard hats mandatory. The whole lives here completely upturned in a matter of seconds.
Killed by the Kremlin here, 6-year-old Matvey Marchenko, who loved karate with his elder brothers. IT specialist Vitaly Rabashuk with his daughter Vlada, 18, and Irina Humenyuk with her 2 daughters Nastya and Alina. One miracle here too, blown out of the 9th floor, was Veronica, aged 23, who landed with only a broken leg.
Я не знаю як, я просто спала. Просто і прокинулась вже на обломках внизу. І, скоріш за все, реально якось з'їхала. Я не знаю, як це ще відбувалося. Начебто це левітація така.
Both her parents died in the attack. No bright spots here, just the hope it might somehow stop. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Kiev, Ukraine.
President Trump heads into the weekend fuming over an alarming new jobs report. It said only 73,000 jobs were added in July and revised numbers for May and June down sharply. The president fired the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner, accusing her without evidence of manipulating the report for political purposes. The president also called on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to step down after a member of the Fed's Board of Governors said she's retiring early. Mr. Trump claims she's quitting due to disagreements with Powell over interest rates. All of this happened as the administration's new tariff plan shook the U.S. stock market. The Dow had its worst week since early April, and the S&P 500 posted its worst day since May. Protesters in Brazil blasted the U.S. over its new 50% tariff on most Brazilian goods. They burned effigies of President Trump and former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro. It comes after Mr. Trump threatened higher tariffs unless Brazil ended Bolsonaro's trial on charges of plotting a coup. The protests were held by unions and student groups in front of the American consulate in Sao Paulo and the U.S. Embassy in Brasilia.
The Brazilian people need to be sovereign. Our country must have the right to decide its own policy without the United States wanting to interfere in our country, as it has done at other times in history and as it does in various countries around the world.
Coffee is an essential part of many people's daily routine, but thanks to the high tariff recently placed on Brazilian goods, many Americans may soon be seeing higher prices on their favorite coffee beans. CNN's Isa Suarez has more.
There's nothing quite like going into your favorite coffee shop. The sounds, the smells, and then, of course, the payoff, starting your morning with one of these. Coffee is what fuels many of us. That is certainly the case with me, journalist and mum to 2 young boys. We love it because it's warm, it's aromatic, and let's not forget the caffeine kick the most important, and in many places around the world, it is relatively affordable. But if you're in the United States, that may be about to change. That's because President Donald Trump is threatening to impose a 50% tariff on Brazilian goods.
Brazil, as an example, has been not good to us, not good at all.
And that includes coffee. The issue is Brazil is a coffee superpower. It's the world's largest producer, and its beans account for around a third of the coffee consumed in the United States.
It's the foundation for most blends because of its affordability, because of its accessibility, and its consistency. It's pretty much found in almost every blend you can find out there on the market.
But in a coffee trade war, the US does have some leverage. If Brazil is the largest exporter, the US is the largest importer. So there's some sort of symbiotic relationship between the two, one that growers in Brazil want to see thriving.
We're awaiting political negotiations and agreements because we don't want to stop selling to the United States. Coffee is a global commodity.
Small-scale producers are especially vulnerable, and they know what will happen if the US goes looking for coffee elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. There will be a surplus of coffee, and the tendency is for it to lower prices here in Brazil until they find another way to export to other countries.
But in the US, retailers say consumers will suffer as well.
The price point of Brazilian coffee is so crucial in the industry, so unfortunately it's just going to be passed on to the consumer.
Brazil says it's trying to resolve the issue diplomatically, hoping President Trump may be willing to negotiate, knowing full well that in a war over coffee, nobody wins. Isa Suarez, CNN.
Ghislaine Maxwell, accomplice of late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, has been transferred from a federal prison in Florida to a lower security prison camp in Texas. The move comes as the Epstein files fallout intensifies. Neither the Justice Department nor Maxwell's attorney have explained the transfer. In a statement, Epstein accusers and the family of Virginia Giuffre, who died by suicide in April, said the treatment, quote, smacks of a cover-up. CNN's Ed Lavandera visited the facility in Bryan, Texas, and has this report.
One of the first things you notice when you arrive here at the federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas, is that much of it is not surrounded by tall fencing with razor wire. Most of it is surrounded by a simple black metal fence that you would see in many residential neighborhoods across the country. And that kind of gets to the point here that this is a minimum security facility. We are told that there are more than 600 female inmates at this facility, and it's also, we should point out, very unusual that Ghislaine Maxwell was transferred here. This is a facility, a prison camp that usually houses inmates that are considered to be low risk, not a flight risk, and also being non-violent. But there are a number of high-profile inmates at this particular location in Bryan, Texas, one of them including Jen Shaw, who was a cast member of The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, and also Elizabeth Holmes, who was executive in the blood testing company Theranos and part of a high-profile criminal trial just a few years ago. But, you know, this facility has areas for outdoor recreation. There's an area underneath some oak trees in the shade where inmates can sit in benches and chairs there, simply surrounded by one chain with signs that say out of bounds if you go beyond that area, and it literally sits right at the entrance into the prison camp. Federal prison officials have not explained the details and the specifics of how Maxwell was transferred from a facility, a more secure facility in Tallahassee, to this one here in Texas. They have not explained that, but for the moment, Ghislaine Maxwell is one of the most high-profile inmates here at this prison camp. Ed Lavandera, CNN, Bryan, Texas.
The United Nations report meant to improve efficiency for the organization has in fact pointed out these reports are not widely read. Secretary General Antonio Guterres gave a briefing on Friday on the challenges the UN faces in communicating about the many things it tries to do. His suggestion, fewer meetings and fewer reports, but ones that are able to fully meet the requirements of all mandates. Pope Leo made a surprise appearance at a Vatican event that's drawn young people from around the world. CNN's Christopher Lamb has more from Rome.
You are the light of the world.
a surprise appearance by Pope Leo in front of thousands of young Catholics. The future of the church is gathered in Rome in what's being dubbed a Catholic Woodstock. The mega youth gathering, part of the church's Jubilee Year celebrations, bringing together an estimated hundreds of thousands from every corner of the globe. Many of them camping out in warehouses like this one, all part of the festival atmosphere. Not tourists, but pilgrims. Among those on the streets of Rome, youngsters from Leo's hometown of Chicago. Like him, fans of the White Sox and the city's pizza.
It is such a once-in-a-lifetime experience to just be here gathered with so many teens of the same faith from around the world.
And if you could ask Pope Leo one thing, what would it be?
Deep dish or thin crust pizza.
This week, Leo was handed a slice from Aurelio's pizza, his favourite. It's less than 100 days since Leo's election, and he's still settling into his new role. But this week is a big test. The long-term trend shows an uptick in young people disaffiliating from mainline religions in the West. But for the Catholic Church, some research points to a growing interest among Gen Zers in Catholicism. To that end, Pope Leo meeting Catholic social media influencers this week, who are trying to reach a younger generation. Who have turned out in force. There are also events like this one, where young people are invited to go to confession. There are hundreds of tents laid out for them to go and receive the sacrament of reconciliation. At the same time, though, there's huge enthusiasm for Pope Leo.
I feel like I already know the guy, you know, and just seeing him walk down with papal cards and him seeing the American flag and just waving at us is super exciting. I feel like he truly loves us.
And at a time of uncertainty, political and otherwise, young people finding in their faith and Pope Leo a reason to hope. Christopher Lamb, CNN, Rome.
Tottenham Hotspur forward and captain Son Heung-min says he'll leave the North London club before this month's start of the Premier League season. The 33-year-old South Korean star made the announcement in Seoul ahead of a pre-season friendly against Newcastle United. Son said the club's helping him with the decision, which he calls the most difficult of his career. He added that after 10 years with Spurs, he needed a change. It's reported he could be moving to Major League Soccer in the US. See you soon. Thanks for joining me and the team. I'm Ben Hunt in Atlanta. I'll be back in 30 minutes with so much more on CNN Newsroom. See you now.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible care before you pay the vet. Ask your vet about Pumpkin or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
How do we connect you with stories from around the globe? We're on the ground to follow the facts. We examine big ideas, we let diverse perspectives flow and ignite conversations that matter most to bring the world to you. Stay informed, stay connected, stay invested. From our studios in Abu Dhabi, join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Weekdays on CNN. Celebrating 5 years of connecting Africa with a special show in Nigeria.
For reflections on where we've been.
COVID-19 was a wake-up call.
To the young people transforming its future.
We have $11 billion worth of assets under our protection.
We've witnessed the biggest deals and innovation in business across Africa. Join us as we look back at the stories driving the continent forward.
Connecting Africa, only on CNN, in association with Afrexim Bank.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
Vyvgart Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
My CIDP can be treated with once-weekly injections that take about 30 to 90 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you have a serious allergy to any of its ingredients. Serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing and decrease in blood pressure leading to fainting, and allergic reactions such as rashes, swelling under the skin, shortness of breath, and hives have been reported. The most common side effects are respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. It may increase the risk of infusion-related reactions and infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one.
That's
how we live vividly with Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Visit livevividly.com or talk to your neurologist.
I'm Patrick Hoffman in Havana. This is CNN.
Hello and welcome to African Voices. I'm Larry Medowo in London. Some of the world's most influential bands came from right here in the UK, such as the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, and the Beatles. This week we have two African artists from experimental Stones, Led Zeppelin, and the Beatles. This week we have two African artists from experimental African genres, and they were inspired by the sounds that sparked a global music renaissance. I'll introduce you to a maestro of the Acholi music of northern Uganda, blending traditional drums, strings, and dance to create the novel sound of Acholitronics. But let's start with the frontman of Witch. That's a Zambian band that accidentally created a new genre from various influences. After 40 years away from the stage, Emmanuel Chanda and his new band are bringing back the psychedelic sounds of Zamrock.
You can't put boundaries on music. It's a spiritual thing. Sometimes you're going to listen to a song that you don't even understand its meaning, but it draws you closer. You just know this is the good stuff. I intend to cause havoc. My name is Emmanuel Jagger Chanda. I'm a musician from Zambia, bringing Zamrock here. I'm a change maker.
73-year-old Emmanuel Jagari Chanda started his musical career in the early 1970s, blending grassroots African music with a Western cultural influence. Now, after a long hiatus, which, short for We Intend to Cause Havoc, is back with a new iteration of the band, a world tour, and a new album. Jagari says this forgotten sound is ready to rock again on the international stage.
Because they say, Zamrock, rock, from Africa.
From Zambia?
From Zambia?
Right.
How come we, it's creating this curiosity, and then when they are satisfied with what they see and they hear, they'll come back.
Right. Do you feel a little bit like a unicorn to be out here touring in Europe? Because the Africans you see in this circuit, Burna Boy, Tyler, they were different generations. They were not alive when African countries got independence.
I'm happy because I'm able to export something that is unique to Zambia. Zamrock is unique to Zambia.
The music and the album cover created an atmosphere in my mind that completely blew me away.
Jagari's life story was brought to the light by Joe Arlotta and Tim Sprang, two filmmakers who fell in love with Witch and Zamrock and traveled to the Copperbelt region of Zambia looking for him in 2014. They found Jagari making a living as a gemstone miner in Lusaka, and in 2019 produced a documentary to tell his story to the world.
The music came back because of two reasons. There were reissues of the music, old music, by Now Again Records in Los Angeles, and then another guy from Italy came to do a documentary. So the two merged together, created some curiosity and interest in the Western world.
Let's do it. Geo built a global coalition of musicians to travel to Zambia and unearth Zamrock, which produced the critically acclaimed 2023 album Zango, recorded in the same DB studios where the band first riffed in the 70s. Which has been on a transformative journey ever since. How would you describe this album?
We did this in Zambia because the label wanted us to do it in Zambia where we had done Lazy Bones. They wanted that touch, I think. It shouldn't be too refined as Zamrock. It needs to be a bit Zamrocked. We left with 2 songs unfinished.
Right.
So the other one, I moved from that studio, went to another studio, and Sampa was on that song.
Sampa the Great, one of the biggest exports of Zambian music to the world.
Yes. She's very talented.
Absolutely.
Yes. And so we did one song after the band had left, come back home. We did Avalanche of Love.
Jaggery says Zambian superstar Sampa the Great is one of those global artists who's aiming to carry the Zamrock torch. He says he never forgot about music when he was gemstone mining, and that his comeback happened with the grace of God. You call this a resurrection because your star shone brightly, and then you disappeared, and you were a miner?
My dream was, if I went to gemstone mining, maybe I could strike big, get some money, and build an international standard recording studio and a school of music, so I could share with my fellow Zambians, the youngsters especially, practically. Because to share theoretically is very easy. You write things, you put them somewhere, but to try and teach people, this is what Zamrock is about. These are the themes of Zamrock. That's why I went to gemstone mining. But I don't think God had my life in there.
Which will travel to Europe and the United States this year, promoting the second album of this new era called Sogolo. Here's Nadi, and this is where your collaborator says we intend to put harmony.
Well, the lady, this lady, yes. That's that lady. She's from Zambia. And it was like a random thing that she's talking about. Tiende Pamoja means let's move together. We can move together like a trail of life, and we can make happiness, harmony, and things. That's what she's talking about.
Next, we go on stage with Witch.
Hi, my name is Peter Albers. I'm the CEO of Indigo, based out of India. Today, with the growth of India, India needs airlines which are representing the size and the scale and the opportunity of this country. Be it the developments in infrastructure, be it changing of policy, new airport in Delhi is opening, new airport in Mumbai is opening. So all these parts are extremely important, and we have seen both in the metros as well as to these smaller communities when the government schemes to help these communities connected. Yes, there's competition, like there's competition between United and Delta. We're competing between Indigo and Air India. But there is space for having strong Indian operators. And yes, we compete heavily on the domestic network and even international. It's perfectly fine. Competition will all make it better, sharper, and making sure that we keep running hard.
We're not exactly sure what kind of missiles it was, but this is a residential area. Let's go. We're going to get out of here as fast as possible, just in case there's more missile strikes coming. For many children here in Kharkiv, this is the reality of their school day. They go down into the subway because everywhere else in the city is simply unsafe. Here, we won't hear the bangs, she says. We're on our way to the next secret location right now. All of these missions have to move extremely quickly. They have to be very precise. Even strategic airstrikes become hit-and-run operations. Are we in a more
various ways during the Cuban Missile Crisis. What compromises is Russia willing to make to achieve a peace agreement? How would you deal with tariffs against European nations? Vladimir Putin said that Russia was aiming for victory. Do you think that that is possible? In Tehran, the negotiations between the Iranians and the Trump administration is the talk of the town.
During each performance, Emmanuel Jaggery Chanda wears the same colorful hat from 40 years ago. He argues that he fine-tuned his style and music taste from the influences he had growing up.
What is it about growing up in the 60s and 70s with music from the West that led you to this path?
We used to play one Rolling Stone song called Sympathy for the Devil. And so when I didn't understand the English so much, I put my own words, as long as the song was flowing. The first president, the late Dr. Kaunda, he declared blackouts, curfews, and blackouts. That was one of the things. It was preceded by a very nice thing that he did for the music industry. He had decreed that on the national radio, at least 80 to 90% should be Zambian music content.
Which fell into obscurity due to the AIDS epidemic that affected Zambia in the 1980s, claiming the lives of multiple band members. Fast forward to today, Jaggery seized the opportunity to come back to the stage and reintroduce the origins of Zamrock.
Rock and funk did not develop in Africa, but the music carries the DNA from the continent. What attracted you to it?
Through the radio programs, I tended to like some rock, pop, rock, and some music from America, the rhythm and blues, jazz, things like that.
How did you infuse traditional, say, Zambian music like Kalindula into what Zamrock is?
We have 72 ethnic groups. And that means 72 types, even though they are similar to one another. That is where we grow our traditional kind of music, because it's in public domain.
Last summer, we joined Jaggery and his band at Le Poisson Rouge in New York City for the final show of the 2024 tour.
Your name, Jaggery, is actually derived from Jagger, like Mick Jagger.
Yes and no. Some of the songs I sang were the Rolling Stones songs. Some people who had the chance of hearing the Rolling Stones, and they started calling me Jagger. I put Y to Jagger. It became Jaggery. Okay. Then I went to the dictionary and it said dark brown sugar. And I said, oh, I can Africanize this name.
What would you describe Zamrock as today?
Zamrock is a fusion of different types of rock, blues, jazz, spirituals, and things. That's with a touch of rock.
While performing their hit song, Living in the Past, in New York, Jaggery says he feeds on the energy of the crowd, just as he did back then.
I don't plan what to do on stage. I let the music determine what I should do on stage. But at the same time, I engage the audience so that they feel part of what they are involved in.
Jaggery is bringing Zamrock to the biggest stages in the world.
I'm grateful to the fans. We interact so well. We are well received wherever we play. I think they go back satisfied. I get energy from the music. If the music is good, I get the energy.
You're about to play one of the biggest stages in the world, Glastonbury.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I'm ready. I'm like a soldier. I'll try my best.
So what's in the future for this genre and for you?
There's always future for music. It's like wine. The older you get, the better you become.
Next, we meet a man who's galvanizing an underground electronic music scene in Uganda.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible care before you pay the vet. Ask your vet about Pumpkin or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
Grief isn't talked about much, but that's what my podcast is all about. Join me and my guests for a new season with new conversations about loss, life, and love.
All There Is with Anderson Cooper. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay informed, stay connected, stay invested. Join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Weekdays on CNN. Celebrating 5 years of connecting Africa with a special show in Nigeria.
Reflecting on where we've been.
COVID-19 was a wake-up call.
The young people transforming its future.
We have $11 billion worth of assets under our protection.
We witnessed the biggest deals and innovation in business across Africa. Join us as we look back at the stories driving the continent forward.
Connecting Africa, only on CNN, in association with Afrexim Bank.
Welcome back. Drums and strings echo through the landscapes of Gulu in northern Uganda. There, musician and performer Otim Alpha is blending folklore with synthesizers to create the electrifying sounds of electronics.
For me, I wanted to change things, like to bring new things in the world. Because all those things I've been listening was already there. I try to look the instrument who can rhyme with mine so that will make a difference. I am Team Alpha. I'm a musician from Uganda. I am a change maker.
Otim Alpha has been looking within his culture and perfecting a new sound since the turn of the century.
Actually, it's very rich in culture, so I'm proud of it. In our culture, we normally keep history with the music. Because I remember they used to tell us they don't write it down, but they normally compose songs. So people keep on singing, playing with dungo, playing other things. So the message keep accumulating like that.
In 2004, tinkering with loops and other sounds, he ended up pioneering the genre he called Acholitronics.
I've been listening to South African songs and then also Congolese songs. So I was kind of a little bit jealous of that because we are too rich in culture, in music. So I said, why can I try to change something or to do it on our own? But it was not easy because if I record my music is live, even if you play in the club, it's not strong. So I was like, what can I do? So I will try to talk to one of the guys who always buy our songs, and then he said it was on a computer. Then we sneak and we put a loop in that computer, and we were also try to learn that if we can get something which can rhyme together with my instrument. Then I'm just lucky that we got the kick for the loops. Since I have only one, so I was just looking for something to work together with my dungo, so that I got a guitar from electronic. So it sounds amazing. The reason why I call it electronic because I'm mixing my instrument with electronic. To me, that's how electronic became.
Alpha, as his friends call him, took his sound from the clubs of Uganda's capital, Kampala, to other countries in Africa and Europe.
Actually, it started from here, in Uganda here, and then for now, it's not here only in Uganda, because it's like if you go to Sudan, they're also doing the same things. They love electronic so much, even in Europe now, because I've been performing in Europe, and actually we also have our tribe in a different world. So they also love our music there, and they also have friends that listen to electronic and they love it. So I'm just happy that electronic has gone very far.
Alpha began making songs for traditional Zarakaraka weddings. Despite trying different messages in his lyrics, he says he struggled to get them on the radio.
When I started electronics, people were not used to it. The young people, they are like, oh, I just want to love reggae, and I love hip hop, people that are interested in the other things, they don't like the one from home, others. Oh, it was really very hard. One day, there's a lady who was going to get married, and she used to love my songs a lot. Can you compose something for me? I came with my idea to appreciate the parents, say thank you so much for accepting your son to marry me today. So this is my good time now. I was so worried, but today I'm happy for what's going to happen. So I changed it that way, so it became a very, very nice song. And then people started coming. Alpha can also do the same to me. And then also, at that time, how to promote it, I don't have money to pay them to play my song in the radio station. That's the challenge I've been facing. So I'm so happy that when I turned it to the wedding song, so the wedding, everybody go to the wedding and then they enjoy the music. That's how I started succeeding.
Alpha has evolved from just creating electro sounds to naturally performance, using traditional string instruments, drums, and dance with Western techno and house music.
In Europe, when I listen to techno, the music is also go like that, very fast. And people love it so much. When I go to the club and when I see people dancing, I'm happy that when my music pick up and many artists, they start asking music. Alpha, I also want to do the music the way you do, to follow my footsteps. The producer now, they have said, okay, I think we have to go together with Alpha. I know it's not easy, but I have to learn it because that's the only way you can get money easily. When you start producing a solid tonic, you will be famous. If you go to the club, most of the songs is actually tonic. So people here love actually tonics a lot, and even the visitor, when they come and listen to actually tonic, they love it. So you cannot miss actually tonic when you come to Gulu.
Next, we go to the street of Gulu to see Alpha in action.
I'm Tim Clark, president of Emirates Airlines. The noise that was created about tariffs isn't having a material effect on what we are doing, certainly in Emirates. It seems to me, talking to other CEOs in the business, that robust demand remains. The biggest single problem we have, and it's a high-class problem, is trying to keep the production levels where they need to be, given the demand that exists out there today. So on some of the routes, in the premium cabins, for every seat we offer, there are 3 people that want them. As you know, we retain most of our 777-300ERs. Now we've got a line of 350. We've got 6 coming in, 59 to go. Then, of course, the 777s hopefully will start appearing in earnest in 27, 28, 29, 30.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta in New York, and this is CNN.
Before finding a passion for music, boxing was Otim Alpha's way of life. Growing up in rural northern Uganda with multiple wars and financial burdens, Alpha finally gravitated towards the arts.
When I was young, I was interested in taekwondo. We used to watch movies, so I feel like, yes, I want to be like them. So that's why I started with taekwondo before boxing. My dream, I wanted to be a world champion in boxing. So it did not happen because of a lot of challenge. And then, the war also spoiled it. It was not easy to travel to Kampala. Then 91, I went to Kampala. I never played a junior. I went straight to novice, intermediate. Then I went to the open and I took the title. People know me as a boxer before music. But when I was young, people know me from home because I love to play the instrument. So I'm famous in boxing before. But now music is changing it completely.
Today, Alpha came to the Gulu market to perform. The hard syncopated beats, dance, and lyrics of Guma music are just like those stories passed down from his people?
Aguma is because it's like a band of Adongo. That's why it's like Aguma. Because they play music and they dance. Not like now they recording things there and then you start listening to it and then you enjoy while dancing. I consider myself as a Uganda pastoral ambassador because I always there continue with the culture. Whatever I do, I don't leave it. I always walk with it and I sleep with it in my mind.
All right, it is definitely bedtime.
And in 2017, he released Ulu City Anthems. Alpha has performed in festivals across Africa and Europe.
When I joined the Nyege Nyege, they loved my song. So Nyege Nyege has helped us a lot.